Hi everyone, welcome to the stream. This is Accounting Nightmare. Welcome Tag, welcome Mia. Someday Melchan will leave Ishgard. I don't want to though. Ishgard's so good. Oh, listen to this music, oh it's beautiful. Right. We'll swap back to the game audio. Oh, there we go. Okay. All jokes aside though, we're nearly done with all the side stuff I wanted to do. So we're doing the Scholasticate stuff, which it was quite longer than I expected it to be, but I'm really enjoying it so far. We'll go continue that over in Foundation. Then, yeah, we'll see how long that takes today, as to if we do anything else today. Okay, where was that? That was, well, the Scholasticate. Yeah, this is a really interesting quest line. It's kind of, it's dealing with the direct fallout of what happened in Heavensward. Cathedral, yeah. Like, they're all these people trying to pick up the pieces, trying to figure out what their faith means, what actually are the core beliefs of their religion. Yeah, they worship the Fury, Halone, here. Which are, the 12 in general I think are really interesting. I like just learning about each one, each nation worships different ones. Yeah, they worship the Fury. But, you know, after discovering that a lot of their history is wrong, and the leaders of the church, especially the Archbishop, were corrupt. Yeah, they're trying to put the pieces back together. Hello. If we are to diagnose the root of the Scholasticate's ailments, Ula and the missing Volume 11 must be found. And in following the clues to their whereabouts, we will be closer to ascertaining whether someone of the Scholasticate is involved in their disappearance. I'm counting on you, my associate. It's nice hanging out with Brydean again. Yeah, so we're working with him to investigate what's going on at the Scholasticate. This is like the school for people getting into the faith and the clergy. What class do I want to be? Let's be Astrologian. I really like my just little my blue robe. Nice. Yeah, it's kind of like a little power struggle as to the next generation, as to who's gonna control the future. We're trying to keep it out of bad hands, I guess is a good way to say it. That douchebag from House Zemau. Divine Reckoning. Brydean appears to be lost in thought. Ah, if it isn't my trusted associate, back from the field. As you will doubtless have seen for yourself, change is sweeping through Ishgard, and the veil which once threatened to smother the hearts and minds of our people is slowly but surely being lifted. 'Tis as if our fair city has been born anew, and it is in large part thanks to you. Which is not to say that our problems have come to an end. No, the silent struggle between the lowborn and highborn goes on, growing ever more fractious by the day. I've come to believe that someone, somewhere, is fanning the flames of hatred to further their own ends, and I'm convinced, now more than ever, that Ula's sudden disappearance, alongside that of Volume 11 of the Articles of Hellenic Polity, is no mere coincidence. Both she and it, after all, were passionate advocates of equality among men. As to who is responsible and what their true intentions might be, I cannot say. Ascertaining these things will no doubt require that we first find the missing girl, and as of this moment, our best hope of learning her whereabouts may rest on discovering the fate of the book. As such, I shall continue searching for any clue which might lead us to the missing tome. In the meantime, I ask that you trouble the students for any information they might have on Ula. Failing that, find out if they have witnessed any unusual occurrences around the Scholasticate. Anything at all. Well then, let us be about it. Sure. Even the most seemingly insignificant oddity can be all it takes to crack a case. In any event, there's a good chance that whatever the students have seen or heard will offer us some clue as to the culprit's next move. Yeah, I like the analogy that this quest line is the Ace Attorney investigations to the Hildebrand's main Ace Attorney stuff. It's cool. Welcome back, Mel-chan. Pray allow me to show you inside. Yes. Hey, Sanatukai, how are ya? Welcome. Got lots of people hanging out here. Yeah, here's the douchebags. He's totally not responsible for her going missing. Definitely not. At all. Definitely. Though some were shocked by the news of Ula's departure, our combatant has worked tirelessly to reassure the student body that it is all for the best. Yes. How many times must I say this? Ula was not coerced into leaving, nor was she abducted, nor did she die from a fictitious disease. She quit the Scholasticate of her own free will, for reasons known only to her and the Fury. Really, is it so difficult to understand? Douchebag. I should not complain, I suppose. Since Ula departed, those broom rats have scarce shown their faces here, and the Scholasticate has been much the better for their absence. Were it not for all those infernal rumours, everything would be exactly as it should be. Douchebag. Yeah, so he wants to maintain the status quo. He wants to keep commoners out of power and such. He's very anti-equality. Doing good? Oh, that's good. The lessons of Volume 11 seem to resonate deeply with Ula. She would oft stay up into the small hours, reading and rereading them. Mayhap they spurred her to steal away in the night and take up with the revolutionaries. Revolutionaries? Watch the FF14 Egg Walker highlights from Ruberos. Egg Walker? What's that? Egg Walker. For some, merely to learn is enough. Others, meanwhile, feel compelled to put every teaching into practice. Needless to say, Ula falls into the second category. I only pray that her misguided actions do not have any long-term repercussions for the Scholasticate. Revolutionaries. Interesting. Satanua, he's one of the teachers. Welcome back, Mistress Angura. Though the news of Ula's abrupt departure yet weighs heavily upon all of our minds, I am certain your presence within our hallowed halls will help to put a good many hearts at ease. Yeah, that live letter from the producer is tomorrow, isn't it? I'm excited for news from it, but I'm not going to watch it myself because there might be spoilers for stuff. But I'm just excited to hear more about Endwalker. One of the seniors told me she'd been diagnosed with something called lung rot, and that she's too weak to attend any of her classes. Thinking back, I did hear her coughing from time to time, but I had no idea it was anything so serious. Oof, okay. Gods, I hope whatever she has isn't contagious. I used to sit near her in the library. Cramevoir. While I cannot claim to have seen anything unusual exactly, I will say that things have not been the same here since Ula left. Somber doesn't do it justice. The only really unexpected change I've seen of late is in Lee's attitude towards Cramevoir. He really seems to have warmed to him. Why, he even went so far as to initiate a conversation the other day. Ha! He spoke to me, 'tis true, but 'twas not out of fondness. He merely hates me very slightly less than he values Ula's safe return. Don't believe a word of it. Lee's come to fancy Cramevoir nearly as much as he does Theo Mosson. Something I should check out. An animator that decided he would do a challenge. His whole inventory space with eggs. Would have to eat every single egg before he is free from streaming? Oh my god! It took 8 days? That's amazing! Alright, I have to watch that. That sounds great. Lazy has been so distracted lately. I'm lucky if I can get a simple good morning from her. Ever since Ola left, she's been rushing about the city like a madwoman, looking for any information she can find on the girl, that she might have an excuse to talk to Theomosant. Aww. Where's Theomosant, by the way? Oh, it's been quite lonely without Blacy around to keep me company. Okay. Ooh, thank you. Can I eat 138,000 eggs? Oh my god. That is too many eggs. First comment, I like the part where you ate the eggs. I'm going to add that to my favourites and I'll watch that later. Thank you very much. That sounds great. Welcome back, Mistress Angura. What a pleasant surprise it is to see you. How might I be of service to you to this day? Words are hard. Theomosant? Ah, in the wake of Ula's withdrawal, he and Lee have devoted their every waking moment to the task of uncovering her whereabouts. They are quite adamant that the girl must be found and persuaded to resume her studies here. As a matter of fact, they approached me earlier today to beg leave to travel to Gorgon Mills, claiming that a trip there would yield the information they needed to accomplish their aim. No sooner had I granted their request than they rushed off. Such compassion and eagerness to serve others is a rarity, even among the clergy. I cannot tell you how proud I am of what fine young men they have become. The Gorgon Mills? Isn't that abandoned? I know only that they intended to travel to Gorgon Mills. They left me no time to inquire any further. Okay. So Theomosant and Lee are the two that we're working with to... Well, they were both from the Broom, actually. So they're lowborn, and they're competing with this jerk to graduate. Oh, what was it called? The Trinity? They're trying to be part of the Trinity. I think that they're the people with the highest marks. And they're trying to recruit allies to their cause. They've recruited Kremovoy. And they're trying to recruit Ula. And we hope Ula's okay. The challenge has spread worldwide. Japan even made multiple articles on the subject, including the director of this game referencing him. Oh, that's cool. Oh, that sounds great. Rum. I finally finished all the side quests in this zone. A lot of side quests. I just started working on the side quests here. In the Dravanian Forelands. So I'll be unlocking that Beast Tribe pretty soon. I'll get back to doing Beast Tribe dailies. Also, if he reached a certain flat amount of subs, he has to add a full stack of eggs every time it's reached. Oh god. Oh jeez. It's good. Both created some joy, but mostly anguish for him. That probably added an amazing amount of time to the challenge. Lots of money for him, but yeah. Oh, okay, we're at a grave. Whose grave? Do my eyes deceive me? Surely that can't be you, Mel-chan. What brings you to Gorgon Mills? I just want to see what you're doing. Melchan, is it really you? That we should be reunited thus amid the snowy peaks of Kurthus is... why, it is nothing short of a miracle. I sense the hand of the divine at work. Alone has answered our prayers. No, I just got sent here. Theo, Melchan has no idea what you're talking about. By all means explain, but do it slowly, and from the beginning. My apologies. Excitement got the better of me. Melchan, this is the resting place of Father Chusao, the man who found room in his heart for 2 waifs from the street, granting them the opportunity to rise above their station in life. Aww. Do you perchance recall the book that was stolen from Theo and burned by that lost soul we once thought of as a brother? It was one of the last mementos we had of the man. Now, all that's left to remind us of him is this place. Indeed. And while we often come here to seek solace and guidance in his blessed presence, today our purpose is more practical. With our search for Ula at an impasse, we had hoped he might grant us inspiration. And that is why I believe our meeting with you here, in this hour of need, it's a sign from above, mayhap the work of Father Choisao himself. I take from this that we are not meant to bear this burden alone, that the obstacles we face can only be surmounted by working in concert with others. Ula's disappearance has thrown the Scholasticate into turmoil, and the long-simmering mistrust between those of noble and ignoble birth has boiled over into outright hatred. Now more than ever, we must seek to join hands with like-minded souls who understand that this malice will only serve to sow further discord. Like-minded souls such as you. I am reminded of the words of Volume 11 of the Articles of Hellenic Polity. Of the Furies' love will all men receive, and by the balance of her spear will all be set free. We must strive to love our neighbour even as we love ourselves, just as Helone does. To do otherwise is to defy her will. Yes, and while we will surely be rewarded for our tolerance, the highborn bastards who would sooner pretend that passage doesn't exist won't be so lucky. Why, they may even find themselves on the receiving end of her spear for everything they've put us through. Ha! Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself, aren't I? We still haven't found a single clue as to Ula's whereabouts. Fear not, Lee. With Melchan at our side, I have faith that we shall find her, and that she will soon retake her rightful place in the hallowed halls of St. Endelim's Scholasticate. I hope you're right. At any rate, we've done what we came to do, so there's no point freezing our asses off out here. Until we meet again, Melchan. How did you get out here safely? This is a long trek from civilization. Oh, back we go. So a full stack of 99 eggs would take 247.5 seconds, or 4.125 minutes, assuming perfect egg-eating execution. Execution. Excellent. Execute. Bum, bum, bum. People have moved around. 'Tis a true pity. While the Scholasticate isn't known for its warm and inviting atmosphere, never has it been so austere. If Blazy were here, things would be a tad more bearable, but she has very little time for me as of late. Aww. It pains me greatly to see the nonchalance most of the students here have displayed regarding Ula's disappearance. It seems they are too busy to feel concern for anyone but themselves. A very impious attitude to take, if you ask me. As pupils of the seminary, it is our burden to put others' needs before our own. I too have once checked out Volume 11 of the Articles of Hellenic Polity. When I went to return it, however, I had the misfortune of being spotted by one of our most conservative seniors. After being reprimanded for hours on how the far-fetched notions penned within corrupt the mind, I shan't be caught dead with it again. Ooh. Ah, hello. Until recently, the students paid little heed to Volume 11's existence. It was only once it vanished off the shelves, along with Ular, that their interest was finally piqued. As one of the few to have leafed through its pages, I'm now constantly being besieged with questions. What they fail to realise is that a single sweep of the text does not constitute a deeper understanding of what is written within. That's true. Mistress Angura, I trust you were able to find Theomosant and Lee? Yes, I did. I see. Yes, the two of them have always shared a special bond with Father Choiseul, one that only seems to have grown stronger with his passing. It is encouraging to see that they have taken their lessons to heart and continue to work so fervently for the good of their fellow students. I fear, however, that a dark and treacherous path lies ahead of them. I only pray that when the time comes, they are ready for whatever challenges await. Yeah, I feel like this is taking a darker turn. Through the grapevine. Mistress Angora, just the woman I was hoping to see. I am sorry to say that a rather disturbing rumour has been circulating around the Scholasticate of late. One which claims that Arkham Baden arranged for Ular to be, taken away. That the boy scorns those who favour different interpretations of the scriptures, I do not deny, but I labour to believe he would go so far. To engage in such conduct would risk not only his own position as prefect, but the very honour of House Zemau, both of which mean a great deal to him. Regretfully, no one seems to know whence these ridiculous rumours came. They could have been conducted by anyone, and for any number of reasons. In any event, with many still unsure what to make of Ular's sudden withdrawal, these wild accusations have only served to deepen the divide between our seminarians. At this rate, I fear others may decide they no longer wish to remain at the Scholasticate, and so I would be most grateful if you would consent to investigate this matter. Should you oblige my request, I suggest you begin speaking with Lebrasor. I am told he has spent the past few days looking into Ular's activities prior to her departure, likely with the intent to absolve Arkham Baden of suspicion. Do I have to talk to him? He sucks. Lebrasor will be in the pillars, like as not. He often goes there to ruminate. Just checking if any of this dialogue changed. Nope, okay. Where is he? Down here somewhere. Okay. I went the wrong way. Less than 24 hours until your favourite class dies. This will be quicker if I just port to the last vigil. Alright. Gazebo? Vicious, wild, untamed gazebo? There he is. Right. What are you doing here? Let me guess. You caught wind of the rumours and thought you'd come and investigate, yes? Well, I'll have you know that our combatant is innocent. He has nothing, absolutely nothing, to do with any of this nonsense. I have known him since childhood. While he might occasionally seem somewhat high-handed, maybe even callous, he would never do anything to harm anyone. If that is not enough, there is also the fact that in the days and weeks prior to Ular's disappearance, I was not out of his company for more than a few moments. He could not possibly have committed the crime of which he is accused without my knowledge. Wait, you... For weeks? You've been by his side? Okay. Don't ask, don't tell. Whoever orchestrated all of this clearly planned for the blame to fall squarely on his shoulders. That much is certain. Yet numerous as the enemies of House Zemel are, I struggle to think who would resort to something so underhanded. Unless it was the girl herself. Don't you see? What better way to besmirch the good name of one of Ishgard's foremost houses and win over your peers than to vanish and later spread rumours that he was somehow responsible, and then to go and plant... That is to say... Oh, by the Fury, I pray I'm not making a mistake. But first, I would have you swear to tell none but the Inspector what I'm about to reveal. Ooh. Your bed's infested by furballs again? Oh, cute. How many furballs you got? I stumbled across this volume 11 of the Articles of Hellenic Polity. It had been conspicuously placed in our combatant's dormitory room, with Ular's favourite bookmark tucked between its pages. I need hardly tell you what would happen if people were to learn of this. 'Tis but a mercy that I chanced upon it and not one more credulous. However, now that we have deduced who the perpetrator is, it should be simple enough to restore our combatant's reputation. All we need do is prove she and her revolutionary friends are responsible. Were I a braver and more foolish man, I would march down to the broom and demand answers. But you, a hero blessed with the strength of 100, need not fear for your well-being there as I do. You are my only hope. Please, I beg of you, take the book and use it to find the girl and prove these foul rumours false. He seems sincere in not thinking our combatant would have done it. Well. Go give this to Bridean. See what he says. Got two furballs. One of the pork bun variety and the other of the J variety. Aww. Cute. Very cute. Hello, has your dialogue changed? No? Okay. Right in. Book. I got book. Ah, Melchan, you are returned. Please tell me your inquiries have been more fruitful than mine own. I got book. the infamous tome of parables on equality, said to have mysteriously vanished off the library shelves, shortly prior to Ular's equally inexplicable disappearance. It's the missing volume. However did you find it? So, the Brassard believes that Ular or one of her revolutionary friends planted it in Arcambadam's room as part of an elaborate scheme to defame House Zemau. I continue to be amazed by what ridiculous conspiracies these children can convince themselves are true. As if the future of Ishgardian society shall be shaped by the actions of some few ambitious seminarians. Anyway, I will allow that she may have been consorting with others who supported Reformation, and were she persuaded to engage in rebellious acts, the dormitory prefect would have been an ideal target. Alternatively, Arcambadam was so arrogant and careless that he thought nothing of leaving incriminating evidence in plain sight. He would hardly be the first. Needless to say, speculation will avail us naught at this juncture. First, I must see what I can learn from this book. In the meantime, I would have you go and speak with the people of the Broom, see what they know, if anything, about Ular, where she might have gone, whom she might have visited, and so forth. Failing that, keep your ears open for news of unusual happenings. One can never be too well informed. If a young woman like Ular has spent any time in the Broom, someone is bound to have taken notice. Nevertheless, if you fail to learn aught of value, it may be prudent to ask for the latest gossip. What's the goss? Give us the gossip. Let's see if there's anyone new in here. Looks the same. Feels like Occam's razor suggests the nobleman student with his head up his arse thought nothing of leaving incriminating evidence in his room. But what do you know? Yeah. To the Broom. Hey, Hilda. You're not about to ask me to do you a favour, are you? You'll forgive me for being suspicious, but just the other day, a man draped from head to toe in fine silks approached me, all nervous and twitching. He tossed a purse at my feet, saying the gill in it was mine for the taking. All I had to do was head to the Grazier and buy him a couple phials of cough syrup. Tempting as it was, I wasn't about to risk getting involved in someone's shady schemes, so I told him to piss off, and that was that. Cough syrup? Anyone with an ounce of sense would have done the same. There's always a catch, friend, and for that much gill, I reckon it could have been fatal. Hey, Hilda. Hey, Duct Tape, welcome. Insomnia? Aw, I'm sorry to hear that. Insomnia sucks. Oh, hey, it's Ben. Leave me be. I've got nothing to say to the likes of you. What's that? You think I might have helped kidnap some highborn girl? God's sakes. You and Thea Mossett make a fine pair, you do. Acting all high and mighty, pretending you care. But the only time you come around is when you're looking for someone to blame. Sorry to disappoint you, but I've got nothing to do with this Ular's disappearance. If you ask me, you'd have better luck harassing those blue bloods in the pillars. After all, they know better than anyone how to deal with inconveniences, Why are you still here? Haven't you bothered me enough for one day? Alright. You won't actually be getting a night shift job. Oh, okay. That would be cool. Getting a job. Good luck with the job. blunt. I distinctly recall telling you once that my patrons appreciate their privacy. Still, I know you wouldn't ask if it weren't important, so this time I'll oblige your curiosity. This hasn't got anything to do with your missing girl, mind, but a few days back, this one fellow comes and pays his tab in full. A surprising development, as I'd long since written it off as a loss. Came into money, he says, and has a mind to settle his debts. Pleased as I am by his changing fortunes, all the while I'm wondering who he left bleeding in an alley to get that much gil at once. Tales of honest men going from rags to riches are just that. Mere fairy tales. He didn't say how he got it, and I didn't ask. Sus. Sounds sus. Hello, I got some goss. Excellent timing, Mel-chan. I have findings to share. While Ula's bookmark suggests that Volume 11 was within her possession at some point, it does not tell us when that point may have been. With this in mind, I decided to pay a visit to the seminary library. Sure enough, her signature was in the logs, indicating that she was the last person to have borrowed the tome. I compared the handwriting to samples from her old assignments to be sure, and found no irregularities. One might argue that this supports Librosaur's theory, but it is far from conclusive evidence. I suppose you cannot use those vaunted powers of yours to grant us a vision of the past and spare us further hardship? That would be good. I could just use my echo to find out what happened to her. Another round of New Game Plus? No, I'm doing a side story called the Scholasticate. It's a side story in late Heavensward. It's really good so far. I thought not. Then we shall rely on the more traditional methods. So, what came of your inquiries in the broom? Do tell. Nothing. But that is to be expected, is it not? Again, I am reminded how ridiculous the two scenarios presented to us purporting grand conspiracies truly are. Is it not more likely that both the girl and our combatant are innocent of wrongdoing? We must continue searching for more clues. Even the most insignificant tidbit may be all it takes for the pieces of this puzzle to fall into place. More likely for both of them to be innocent. I don't know, like just the fact we can't find Ula at all suggests something is very amiss. Not sure you've done this one? Yeah, it's pretty well hidden. It's just marked as a normal side quest. It just starts in the market of Foundation. And yeah, it's all about Bridean. Pretty cool. Expedition headaches never happen when you really want them, yes. But do not control the speed at which lobsters die. I don't think I've heard that. What's that from? Yeah, you probably need to have done some of the Hildebrand stuff from Realm Reborn for this to unlock. A familial resemblance. Yeah, I figured she's related to him somehow. Seeing how reluctant some of the citizens were to answer your questions, I believe it best for me to take over investigations in the room. As for you... Ah, yes. I'm given to understand that Blazy and her friends have been conducting their own investigation. Though I am loath to admit it, given the fact that they are seminarians, I should not be surprised if they have noticed something we overlooked. You may as well go and see what Blazy has learned. If you cannot find her at the Scholasticate, I imagine someone can point you in the right direction. Bum 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 bum. It's a meme from some old Disney TV show. Ah, okay. People block out letters in the sentence to say things like, I do not control the die, or I do not control the lobsters. Okay. Yeah, I hadn't heard of that before. The Stormblood Hildebrand questline was fantastic. Ah, cool. Yeah, I haven't gotten to Stormblood yet. I'm pretty close to it, though. Yeah, I just finished the Heavensward Hildebrand stuff, which was great. Time is of the essence, Melchan, for we still cannot discount the possibility that the girl is in danger. Can't just presume the scumbag is to blame for everything. Yeah. Stormblood in general was fantastic. Ah, cool. I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, I think I misunderstood what you were saying. Yeah, he's ridiculous. The two scenarios presented to us purporting grand conspiracies, true to are. Well, we'll see where it goes. That is a question I, too, would like to know the answer to. It feels as though we haven't spoken in ages. I did, however, overhear some of the other seminarians say that they saw Theomosant at the Ark of the Venerable. If so, Blazy is certain to be close by. If you hurry, you might still be able to catch them. Yes, I wonder what Rydian's theory so far is. Oh, what with them both working to bring Ula back, Theomosant and Blazy have had good reason to spend a great deal of time together. These past few days they've been running around the city making inquiries. I wouldn't be surprised if that's what they are up to today. Precisely where they might have gone, I cannot say. Mayhap one of the other seminarians might know. Hello, sincere seminarian. Yes, yeah, I bought Shadowbringers a while ago, which also unlocks Stormblood, and I've also pre-ordered Endwalker. So yeah, I went ahead and just bought them all because I was loving the game so much. Hasn't she been following Theomosant around like a lost puppy this past fortnight? Find him and you'll probably find her, that's what I say. I don't know how he puts up with it, frankly. I suppose that, unlike some of the seniors, he's simply too kind for his own good. Whoosh. Theomosant? I haven't the slightest idea where he could be. Blazy? I haven't seen her all day. I expect she's gone out again with her friends to look for Ula. I still don't understand why they bother. The girl's probably off gallivanting about with heretics and revolutionaries. Even if they find her, I doubt she'll want to return. I'm sorry I could not be of any help. Rest assured, however, that if I do hear aught of Blazy, I shall be sure to tell you. Now, do I have to talk to you? Have you or the Inspector managed to deduce anything from the book yet? Pray apprise me of your progress when you're able. Of course I don't know where she is. While I may be in charge of the dormitory, it is not my responsibility to hold the seminarians' hands or wipe their asses. As you should well know, in light of recent events, our combatant has not the luxury to concern himself with such trivialities. If you're here to ask after another seminarian, allow me to spare you the trouble. I don't know where anyone is or what they might be doing. Good day. I wonder if he knows that Lebrossoir gave us the book. Or if he even saw the book. Like, if it was planted, did he even see it there at any point? I guess if he saw it, he would have tried to burn it or something. Just curious what he thinks of of his friend giving us that possibly incriminating evidence. Where are we going? Ah, the Astrological Map. I bought it all not because I'm addicted or anything. Nah, not at all. Just seemed like good value. Oh, hey. Hello. Gonna go check them first. Tis a wonderful afternoon to enjoy a spot of reading outdoors. Why, I dare say it's nearly as lovely as you, my fair lady. Do you often come here to study? Have you seen a young woman, small of stature, with auburn hair and pale blue eyes? So they're supposed to be asking around after her, and he's flirting instead. And you're certain you've seen no one that fits that description? Splish through the fountain. Hi. Oh, you startled me. I'm here for Ula's sake, lest you wonder. This is all part of my investigation, I swear. Wait, you're not a seminarian, and yet you seem so familiar. Oh, I know. You're my brother's associate. Ah, okay. She's his sister. To whom might you be referring? By brother you mean... ... By brother you mean... Bridean? My apologies, Mistress Melchan. I suppose we have yet to be properly introduced. I'm Blazy, Bridean's younger sister. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. So he sent you to see what I've learned? Then I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. I spent all morning questioning merchants, watchmen, and random passers-by, and they told me absolutely nothing of interest. I recorded their statements for good measure, but quite honestly, it was a waste of ink and paper. Lazy, what are you doing here? Theo, I fancy meeting you here. I was just taking a moment to review these testimonies I had taken, and thought to, but of course, you then thought to come and share your findings with us. Lee's just cackling. Flirting with a purpose. You get more information when people feel friendly towards you. Sure, let's go with that. Yes, that's it. While it might be a bit much, I wanted to make sure I did not omit a single word. By the Fury, Blazy, this is over 100 forms long. I cannot even begin to imagine the amount of effort it took to organise all this information. It's incredibly heartening to know that there are others as dedicated as us to seeing Ula returned. Now, let's have a look, shall we? Investigation Log Entry 1. Master of Ishgardian Markets. Mistress Elaize. Problems? Well, with this recent run of bad weather, we've had plenty. Why, just the other day my back started to give me trouble again, and I've had to hobble from place to place. Investigation Log Entry 2. House Fourtomp Steward, Honoroy. I cannot guarantee that this news will be great interest to you and yours, but a 12-point proposal for the reformation of the Inquisition has recently been tabled by Lord Otuaro in the House of Lords. The Reformation of the Inquisition. Interesting. Not the abolishment. Investigation log entry 10. Weaponsmith Elbert. Ever since the blue bastard and his lapdog put an end to the war, profits have plummeted. I've had to sell my best stock for a fraction of its worth just to make ends meet. This is gonna go for a while. Investigation log entry 21. Carvery, Mestonal. I've barely enough time to fill my customers' orders, much less keep an eye out for foolish... God damn it, Theo. That's enough. None of that rubbish is even remotely relevant. Aw. Now, don't you think you're being a touch too hasty? We've not gotten even a third of the way through. We may yet learn something of value. Let's not dismiss Blazy's hard work out of hand. Thank you, Theo, for your kind words. I'm glad you think it may be of use. Fine. Let us briefly entertain this thought and say that something in these notes will help us find Ula. How exactly do you propose that we determine what that is? Lee, we needn't do a thing. For though we may lack the skill to discern the relevant from the mundane, a certain inspector we know and love is a dab hand at such things, no? We're going to make him read all this? Excellent. But of course, Inspector Brydean. Brilliant idea, Cramavoy. Melchan, if you would, take this scroll to him and see what he can make of it. I doubt even he could make heads or tails of this rubbish. In any event, it's out of our hands. We shall continue with our search. Stop being a douchebag about Blazy. She's doing her best. She's trying. Alright. Got a present for you, Brydean. All the units used in the game are British Imperial with all but the first letter replaced. Yeah, that's pretty cool. So what is once? I've figured it's ounce is what I figured it was, and ponce pound, ounce, yeah. Okay, yeah, it is pretty what's the word I'm looking for? Once, pons, tons, yeah. I've forgotten the word I'm looking for. Kind of self-explanatory, but not quite that word. We meet again. Doubtless you have much to share. I know I do. Do you recall Gribbelon's patron, who recently paid off his debts, and the gentleman attempting to attain cough syrups? Upon further investigation, it turns out they share one astoundingly similar facial feature. A pale, raised scar running from the top of their left cheekbone to their jaw. It so happens that this description also matches that of a notorious thug who was known to hang around outside taverns and harass patrons for coin, until an unexpected windfall saw his fortunes vastly improve. He is now rumoured to make a living as a travelling merchant, though where he goes and what he sells none can say. We shall find out in due time. But enough of my discoveries. What have you learned? He had lots and lots of testimonies. A scroll full of testimonies written in Blazy's meticulous hand, outlining any dubious activities shopkeepers and citizens of the Jeweled Brazier have recently witnessed. You used Yalm once to describe a mechanic, and someone else in the raid was like, this MFers said Yalms. And you were like, look, a Yalm what a Yalm. That's good. No, intuitive, that's the word I was looking for. Yeah, it's intuitive. By the Fury, this is longer than some scripture. And she compiled it all in less than a single day, you say? Remarkable. Investigation log entry 1. Master of Ishgardian markets. Mistress Elise. Problems? Well, with this recent run of bad weather, we've had plenty. Why, just the other day my back started to give me trouble again, and I've had to hobble from place to place. On the other hand, the Cruzier has seen increased trading in oils, furs, and other goods folks begin to crave when it grows cold, so in that regard I can't complain. Investigation log entry 13. Purveyor of sundries. Pastor Devilet. The other day there was this one fellow who wanted to purchase robes for a young woman. A merchant, he said, but I've never known one who couldn't be bothered to haggle. Not that I minded, of course. Investigation log entry 21. Carvery. Mestanau. I've barely enough time to fill my customers' orders, much less keep an eye out for foolish girls getting themselves into trouble. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must be getting back to it. I'm expecting several regular customers any minute. We're still reading? Alright. Investigation log entry 47. Apothecary, PN. Mestanau has bought my whole stock of cough syrup every day for the past week. Oh, okay, here we got info. Passing strange, needless to say, so I followed him and found out he was reselling my products to another. The nerve of some people, I tell you. A gentleman procuring cough medicines through a third party. That story has a familiar ring to it, does it not? A man with a questionable past, recently come into wealth and playing at being a merchant, who so happens to travel with a young girl prone to fits of coughing. Are you thinking what I'm thinking, Melchan? I'm thinking about cake. We must keep a close eye on Mistress Elise. Pastivola is somehow involved. The medicine is key, so it's PN we must watch. I don't like the cut of Mestanau's jib. I think it was Mestanau who's the questionable one. Let's go with a funny answer. Mistress Elise, yeah, I don't trust her. Perhaps not. It seems to me that Mestanau appears to be colluding with our man. In time, you may come to understand how I reached this conclusion. But first, we must pay a visit to his stall. Well, we gave him an excuse to act all smug, so... So he enjoyed that, I think. Being thorough has its benefits. Yeah. She's... You know, she might be a good investigator, just like him. Finding Ula. Rydian is on the verge of a breakthrough. Given how poorly this man has covered his tracks, I am inclined to believe that he will come to the Cruzier sooner rather than later to procure the usual assortment of goods. Let us head there, Melchan. We must follow the trail while it is still fresh. Bum, 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 bum. A suspicious-looking merchant. It's cool that he read through it all with no complaint. Yeah! Yeah, whereas the others were, like, very quick to dismiss it and just like, oh, there's nothing here, without even reading it. Hello, you're standing next to a sparkly spot. Our suspect could arrive at any moment. Keep your eyes peeled. Alright. I'm gonna stare at this wall. If he comes this way to purchase food and medicines from Mestanau as frequently as Blazy's notes indicate, we shouldn't have long. Mochan, over there. That scar. Those robes. That's our man. A pleasure to see you again, sir. The usual? Aye, and don't forget the you-know-what. That's not sus at all. Hurry, Mochan. We mustn't let him out of our sight. He left my sight. Where are we going? Oh, all the way there. Okay. Sure. I wonder if I can talk to this guy. Nope. Okay. See ya. I'm wondering why Briadean sent us to talk to his sister without talking to her himself. She's your sister. Bum, bum, bum. All the way down here. Heading into the broom or leaving the city? Our suspect just passed through the Ark of the Worthy, where there are like to be fewer people. Take care not to be spotted. Ah, left the city. Interesting. Hello. It would appear our suspect is not alone. He has a guard with him. I should like very much to know the contents of that carriage. Keep them distracted while I sneak past, will you? Approach them and announce you are here to conduct a surprise inspection. You will undoubtedly command their full attention for a sufficient amount of time. Are you ready, Mochan? Very good. The only way for us to ascertain his guilt or innocence is to search that carriage. Pray keep the merchant and his guard distracted, that I might sneak in. Oh, with the chat mode in say. Enter any phrase containing the word inspection. That's cool, alright. Oi, you lot. Surprise inspection. Inspection? What in the seven hells are you on about? You're no temple knight. You have no right. Unless... I trust the goods have been properly secured, and the carriage is ready for a quick getaway if necessary. Well, that guy's got 2 scars. Double scar. Right then, where were we? Ah, yes. We will not be consenting to your inspection. Now kindly piss off. Damn it, boy, what are you doing? My apologies, sir. I thought I saw movement around back. Maybe I should go and check. Grr. Idiot! Can't you see this goon is intent on starting a fight? Take care of her first and conduct your checks after. As for you, you should have run while you still had the chance. Just saw Briardine make a dash for the carriage. Get her, you blundering fool! Does this count as distracting them? Oh, right. I'm trying to use an ability that I don't have yet. Heartstopper. What if you didn't do that? Ow. Arr. Double the scars, double the edginess. Exactly. Oh, found it. Mochan, it was as we suspected. The thug and his guard have been holding Ula hostage in the back of this carriage ever since she vanished. Though this ordeal has undoubtedly caused her a deal of distress, she does not appear to be physically injured. While you are doubtless eager to question her, as I am, she must be given time to rest and recuperate. These two, on the other hand, need not be afforded any such consideration. You there! What is the meaning of this? Hi. Ah, it seems all that earlier commotion has drawn the attention of the guards. Excellent. They can deal with the ruffians. I shall escort Ula to the Scholasticate dormitory and speak with the instructors. When all has been settled, let us speak again at St. Raymond's Cathedral. Oh, poor Ula. Still amazing how many people don't recognise me. Yeah. Slayer of Primals, who? Never heard of them. Attack. Just attack. It'll go well. Bum, bum, bum. You should be glad to hear that Ula will be fine. Sister Gaytel is with her now, tending to her needs as we speak. Grr. We saved her! Cutscene? Cutscene. I expect she will soon be strong enough to answer our questions. Until then, however, we must make do with what information the Temple Knights can extract from the kidnappers. Unfortunately, while the ruffians confess to abducting Ula in exchange for a large sum of gil, they have told us little else of value thus far. Apparently, their employer draped themselves in such thick furs that they could not even say if they were a man or woman. They claimed this cloaked figure offered no explanation as to why they wanted them to snatch the girl and keep her confined to the carriage indefinitely, and so they had no choice but to keep moving, to stay ahead of the Temple Knights and await further instructions. Hopefully, we will learn more as the interrogations progress. I fear, however, our mastermind has cloaked themselves in layer upon layer of secrecy, and it will take more than a few pointed questions to penetrate all of them. But regardless of how well they have hidden their intentions and their identity, we will bring them to justice soon enough. And once we learn all that we can from our friends in the Temple Knight's custody, as well as Ular, we will be that much closer to restoring peace to the Scholasticate. Scary person. To shine the light of truth upon the secrets buried in the dark, the children once more come together, that they may know her power and her glory. Back to school too. Sweet. Well, that's the second chunk of story. There's one more to go, and then we finish this quest line, I think. The student body's revenge. This is a good time to take a break and feed the cat, because this cat alarm is about to go off. So I might as well set it off. And then you can see the cat. Just mute the game. Turn those plugins off so that maybe you'll get to hear her squeak. Alright, webcam. Here goes the cat alarm. Where is Cat? Oh, here she comes. I hear her. Hello, sweetie. Hello. How you doing? Hello. You want to talk? How you doing? Were you asleep? You were probably asleep. She's a good little cat. Okay. Gonna go feed her. I'll take about a 10-minute break. Let's see, what's this music like? Not very exciting, is it? I'll give you some different music. The Dravanian Fallen's music now. That's beautiful music. Yeah. Beautiful. Idling camera. Oop. And I'll be back in about about 10 minutes. Alright, I'm back. Hello. Big question now. Do you drink more Red Bull and stay up all day, or literally anything else and end up sleeping all day? Yeah, that's rough. Yeah, it's really hard to try and adapt when your sleep schedule gets messed up like that. Thank you, Tag. Okay. Oh, onwards with this. Gotta clean out my inventory again. The never-ending struggle. Alright, the last chapter of the Scholasticate stuff, I think. Brydian's eyes smoulder with determination. Determination. Ah, Mo-chan. I was wondering when you'd show up. I've been here the whole time. The Temple Knights have deemed Ula fit to recount the events of her kidnapping, and have taken her into the room just beyond for questioning, with Blazy to accompany for support. It would appear the questioning is done. Let us see what we might learn. Hello. Hail, my good man. I am Inspector Brydian, and this is my associate, Mo-chan. I understand that you have spoken with Ula regarding her kidnapping. Is there aught you might share with us? Inspector Brydian, Mistress Mo-chan. I fear that it would seem the Lady Ula knows even less of her own abduction than we do. As she tells it, the only people she saw during her captivity were the two thugs now in our custody. We've questioned them thrice over, but they insist their employer had disguised themselves so well, they cannot even say for certain if they are a man or a woman, much less give us a description. For what little it's worth, we did learn that the two were once orphans, raised as charges of the sea, to betray the nation that fed and clothed them for a handful of coin. But I must return to my post. Should we come across anything of actual significance, I shall be sure to alert you. Okay. Blazy, are there any details our friend may have neglected to mention? I fear that Ula's testimony proved entirely unenlightening. There is another development, however, that has been troubling me. Rumours that our combatant was behind the abduction are circulating around the Scholasticate once more. Again with those asinine allegations. And this time, the students seem convinced more than ever of his guilt. No longer content to sit back and wait for events to take their course, they've been pushing for his expulsion. Theo has been doing his best to convince them to disregard the rumours, but it seems any mention of our combatant only serves to fuel their rage. I must hurry back and help him. Yeah, it's too easy an answer. These kinds of stories always have a twist. I suspect that this is less a reflection on the prefect himself than a manifestation of aimless anxiety and fear. Still, I dare say this commotion might prove to be an opportunity in disguise. I shall make my way to the vault to continue my own investigations. In the meantime, I ask that you go and keep an eye on the seminarians and an ear to the ground. RimWorld got a new expansion. Ah, cool. That's pretty cool. Yeah, Valheim just got a big update too, didn't it? Lots of cool stuff coming out. Uh-oh. Things are going great, it seems. And what if those ruffians truly were in his employ? Are we to stand idly by until he betrays one of us, as he did poor Ula? His refusal to provide us with anything resembling a reasonable explanation speaks for itself. The boy is guilty, and I say we move to have him expelled from the Scholasticate, effective immediately. Theomosant, I demand you take lead of this charge. Thank the fury you've come, Mo-chan. Since the headmistress called everyone away for an emergency meeting, it's been absolute chaos. They're so incensed, they won't listen to a word Theo or I say. Perhaps if you were to speak with them, it would help to soothe their angry feelings. /soothe, you say? There's no solid evidence against Archambaddon, just these vague rumours that keep making the rounds. With all the resentment toward him, however, I guess that was all that was needed to indict him. I fear their anger will drive them to do something we'll forever regret. Please, can you try and talk some sense back into them? I'm sick of Archambaddon always pushing us around. If we don't take action now, what's to stop him from continuing to make our lives miserable? Or worse? The frustration and anxiety that's been building ever since Ular first went missing has finally come to the surface. And for better or worse, it's all being directed at Archambaddon. Is Archambaddon here? Not at the moment. Hey Eurochan, welcome! Bibliotech. What's Bibliotech? Didn't realise it was actually called that. Yes, yeah, it's called the Scholasticate. Everyone, please, calm yourselves. Before we take any drastic measures, let us discuss the matter like rational men. Hey, Steve. One thing's for sure. If he didn't deserve it for this, he deserved it for something else. I think we should let the student body have him. So what if we've no proof that he had a hand in Ular's abduction? He's guilty of so much more than that. Just ask anyone who's suffered under his reign of terror. You're even shorter than me. Enough is enough. I refuse to tolerate his presence within these halls for even one more day. Soothe. On second thought, I dare say you have the right of it. The prefect has the riches of House Zemao at his disposal, and powerful allies just waiting to spring to his aid. We must step back and consider our actions carefully, lest we find ourselves strung up by the necks. Damn, we're good negotiators, apparently. Bibliothèque is French for library. Thought we were making puns. Ah, nice. I do love my puns. Puns are good. So you would suggest we do nothing? The longer we dither without taking action, the greater the risk of him finding us out. And when he does, he'll see every last one of us suffer for it. Mark my words. He's frightened, as are we all. But that is precisely why we must proceed with caution. As you rightly observed, if we act out of anger or despair, we only doom ourselves to failure. Please, ma'am, if you would, rally his spirits as you have calmed mine own. Aw. My words will do little to console him. Your composed manner and unwavering confidence, however, should go a long way to rally his spirits. With his wealth and influence, who knows what he could do to us? Rally! Looked like I just hit him on the head. But of course, it is exactly as you say. Forgive me, my fear had gotten the better of me. Indeed, there is little he can do to us if we act as one and proceed with due caution. And remember, once Archambaddon is removed from the school, the administration will keep us safe, so we need not fear his retribution ever again. We must move swiftly, but surely, to ensure his expulsion. Uh-oh. Theomosant, can we count on you to lead us? Well, that's not what we intended. There's no point in worrying over things that have not, and may never, come to pass. If we proceed with due caution, there is naught we need fear. Theomosant has a mind as sharp as any in these halls. If he leads our charge, I'm convinced that our combatant will find himself without a leg to stand on. Same dialogue. Ah, well, everyone seems to have calmed down. It won't take much to set them off again. Even the mere mention of our combatant's name would be enough. Thank you, Melchan. I shudder to think of what would have happened had you not been there to dissuade them from doing anything rash. You're the only one who can see to it that the prefect gets what he deserves. Now that they've released their frustration, I hope we will be able to come together and find a way to resolve this predicament. Oops. And not long ago, these self-same students would look down their noses at Theomosant while grovelling at our combatant's feet. Oh, how the tides have turned. Thank you, Melchan. Now that everyone is feeling more at ease, let us open the floor for discussion. I welcome any and all opinions, provided that they are delivered in a calm and orderly fashion. I believe there is just cause to expel our combatant. As Melchan was kind enough to point out, however, we should not act brashly. That is why you, Theomosant, with your calm demeanour, are best suited to head our appeal to have him removed. What say you? Given the way he's treated you in the past, I can understand why you'd readily assume the worst of him. I cannot help but believe, however, that he too is a victim in all this. I strain to think that anyone who cares so deeply about the Scholasticate and its inhabitants could commit such an atrocity. Theo, for the Fury's sake, you would defend the very individual who for the past several years ridiculed and tortured us? Is it so impossible for you to believe that he is capable of such villainy? Until there is proof to say he is guilty, we must give him the benefit of the doubt. Thea is right, Lee. I bear no great love for our combatant either, but even the Temple Knights have been unable to uncover a single piece of evidence tying him to the kidnapping. The same knights who have pulled the wool over our eyes for 1,000 years, stripping us of all we own to protect men like him. How heartening that is to hear. Ow. I would have thought that after all you'd endured at our combatant's hands, you would stand with us. I see I was wrong. Friends, it would seem the commoner has grown too content under the nobleman's yoke to fight for his ideals. If we are to see justice served, we must do so with our own strength, our own voices. Let us draft a petition that our grievances might be heard and the blackguard expelled. How can they be so blind? The villain who kidnapped Ula is playing us all for fools, stoking the flames of hatred, that we might all be consumed by them. Warrior of Light has max charisma stats, yes. A lot of languages use some form of bibliothèque for library. Ah, okay. German has a couple words for library, including bibliothèque. Ah, that's cool. Theo is a man of unwavering principle. That's what I admire about him. I wish I too were possessed of such staunch conviction. Aww. There's no stopping an angry mob, I fear. I wonder if any of us will emerge from this unscathed. I can understand not wanting to condemn the man without solid evidence, but Theo practically threw himself on the bastard's burning pyre back there. And for what? He suffered the most at our combatant's hand. Why does he still try to help him? The whipping boy. Theomosant looks down and sighs in defeat. If only I could have done more to dissuade them. This blind persecution will only serve to further divide us, and Archambaddon's expulsion would be a tremendous loss for the Scholasticate. Will it though? Why would no one listen to reason? Theo, there's still time to turn things around. I'm sure of it. I'll help you in any way I can. Thank you, Blazy, for your kind words. Indeed, it's not too late to reverse the course of today's events. We should try speaking with Father Saturnor. Surely he'll know what to do. Incredible. Despite all that, he's still intent on saving Archambaddon. Melchan, there's no talking him out of it now. Considering how our last discussion ended, it would put me much at ease if you would accompany us. I shall be staying behind. There are a few things that I would attend to here. My dear Blazy, if you would, I could do with an extra pair of hands. In that case, Lee, Melchan, let us make haste to the cathedral. The headmistress's meeting will not run forever, and we must catch Father Saturnoi before the others do. I can't bear to see Theo looking so sad. I'd do anything to put a smile back on his face. Forgive me for keeping Blazy. I required the aid of someone with a keen eye for detail, and she was the first one that came to mind. Alright, well. Let's go see what happens. It's simple because Theo's not a scumbag too. Good Lord Blazy, just snog him already? Yes. Just snog him. Do it. Father Saturnoi, please. We need your help. Father Saturnoi, we need to talk to you. It's about Archambaddon. Theomosant, Lee, and Melchan. Whatever brings you here in such a hurry? Mayhap it concerns the petition I just received from the student body. Damn, they went fast. Not to worry. Rest assured that I have reviewed the document and will be submitting it to the headmistress shortly, along with my own strong recommendation in favour of Archambaddon's immediate and irrevocable expulsion from the Scholasticate. Wait, Father! We are not here in support of the petition, but rather to argue against it. We cannot rightly expel Archambaddon for a crime that the evidence, or lack thereof, suggests he did not even commit. Quite true, and yet it is not because I believe him guilty that I have chosen to move forward with this proposal. Then why? For too long has our church been corrupted by men and women who would see its foundation built upon sin instead of virtue. I mean to put an end to this vicious cycle. What are you saying? Theomosant, Lee, there is something you must know. When I was young, I too was taken under the wing of Father Choiseau. It was by his good graces that I gained admission into the Scholasticate, not unlike yourselves. I devoted myself entirely to my studies, that I might prove myself worthy of his kindness. My dedication was rewarded when I graduated at the top of my class and secured a prized position in the archives, alongside some of the Holy See's most esteemed individuals. It was there that I met the man who had become my closest friend and confidant. For 10 years he had toiled in the sea's darkest recesses, working to see that the ugly truth of Ishgard's past would never see the light of day. Until the day the burden grew too great to bear, and he took his own life. Aww. For years I was torn between grief and anger at not being able to save him from his fate. Fearing my anguish would consume me, I found succour in my religion. Day and night I'd pore over scripture, and soon I found myself back in these very halls, not as a student, but as a teacher. A tragic story indeed, and you have my condolences for your loss. But what does any of this have to do with Archambaddon? Of the Fury's love will all men receive, and by the balance of her spear will all be set free. Doubtless you, too, are familiar with these words. Those who deny the teachings of Volume 11 commit the greatest sin of all. They must bear full responsibility for the injustices wrought on the victims of our society. Master Archambaddon has done naught but scorn the truths penned within the tome. His dismissal is long overdue. This is madness. The Fury knows I bear no love for the bastard, but what you propose is to lay the blame for generation upon generation of the Church's transgressions at his feet. I do only what must be done. Countless lives were lost in the Dragon Song War. We must needs purge the Church of any who espouse the false ideal that all men are not born equal, that the sins of our past are not repeated, and that the clergy might be restored to their former glory. I have faith in you, my children. Reflect on the teachings of Father Choiseau. If you do not understand now, you will soon enough. Interesting. Not sure how I feel about this turn. It is true that Father Choiseau was an ardent advocate of equality, who strove always to adhere to the principles espoused in Equal under her ever-watchful gaze. 'Tis equally true that Archambaddon has been as outspoken in condemning that self-same passage. Still, that hardly warrants his expulsion. You must admit, the man has a point. Making an example of the son of one of Ishgard's most prominent houses would send a message, and it just might be the fastest way to bring about the change he seeks. Whether or not that change would be for the better, however, is another matter entirely. It was one thing when it was just an angry mob of seminarians calling for Archambaddon's head. Now that Father Sazonor tends to lead the charge, it's another matter entirely. Whatever are we to do? Speak with Archambaddon? I'm not entirely sure. ... I was thinking talk with Bright Ian, see what the hell he thinks. Sure, talk to Archambaddon. But of course, Archambaddon's nothing if not astute. He's sure to have an idea or two on how to extricate himself from this predicament. Come, let us make for the pillars. You did the beginning of this quest, where you get sent to check for which volumes are in the library, but that was it? Ah, okay. It's quite a long quest line, actually. Let's see, is that the garden? Yep, the garden. No, Chan, what should we do? I've never seen them like this. So that's why Archambaddon hasn't been rampaging about the Scholasticate. Call me crazy, but I almost feel sorry for Lebrasoir. Okay. Yeah, he's in trouble. Leave us. This has nothing to do with you. What baseless accusations would you care to hurl at me this time? Attempting to destroy the church? Or perhaps you're here to bring to light the personal hand I had in instigating the Dragon Song War? Perhaps instead of entertaining every ridiculous rumour you hear, you might actually make yourself useful for once. You can start by questioning those two beside you. After all, they're the ones who arranged this entire farce, and have been spreading these letters in a pathetically transparent attempt to incriminate me, that I might be expelled. Please listen, Archambaddon. We know that the accusations being levelled at you are unfounded. I know we've had our differences, but today we come to lend you our hand. He's so full of rage, we can scarce hear a word I say. Please, Mel-chan, perhaps you can try soothing him. We're really good at soothing people, apparently. Hey, Wormy, how are ya? Mel stream on the new big screen. Oh, nice! Congrats! Didn't he tell you to leave? Now look what you've done. My bruises won't heal for weeks. Oof, yikes. Nothing I say will reach him, but you. No doubt your soothing presence and words will succeed where mine have failed. To think that you would resort to such treachery to secure Theomosyn's place as the head of class. Ha! Enjoy your piddling triumph while you can. Rest assured that House Zemau will see this debt repaid. Come down, bro. Come down. Don't make me laugh. You expect me to believe that you, the two who would stand to gain the most from my expulsion, have not so much as seen the nonsense that's been making the rounds in the dormitories? The truth revealed, Archambaddon de Zemau, a kidnapper? Trust me, were we to try to implicate you in a crime you didn't commit, we would have done a far more thorough job than this. Indeed, these writings simply make an appeal to emotion, with not a single piece of concrete evidence to support the accusation. Fine. Perhaps it wasn't you two after all. Still, you rest assured that when I get my hands on the commoner that did this, they'll rue the day they thought to meddle with the affairs of House Zemau. We get it. You're from a big house. You best realise we commoners are not the ones on trial here. You are. I suggest you watch your tongue, unless you would prefer to lose the only allies you seem to have these days. Do not lose heart, Archambaddon. Together, we'll uncover the truth, and see that this baseless petition against you is withdrawn. Ha! Why would I need your help? My innocence is beyond question, and the Fury herself will see my good name restored. I pray that she will. In the meantime, we too shall do our part. Fury's sake, Theo, leave it be. That aside, where did these papers even come from? And why didn't we receive one? If I had to guess, perhaps they were given only to those most inclined to believe the accusations. Foolishness at best. If anything, these letters will only give me the clues I need to identify the coward behind them. As a matter of fact, I believe I know precisely where to begin my search. Brilliant! We would be more than happy to assist you in the investigation. Where would you have us go? And hand you the very knife you would put in my back? Do you think me daft? If the petition is approved and I am expelled, that would put you right at the top of the class. How very convenient. Oh, Archambaddon, don't you see? It is not for awards or accolades that I study the scripture as I do. I seek only to follow in the footsteps of Father Choiseau. It was he who granted me the chance to achieve the grand vision he had for our realm, and bring relief to those in need of spiritual succour. Of the Fury's love will all men receive, and by the balance of her spear will all be set free. I would share the wisdom of these words with all of Ishgard. Volume 11 of the 72 Articles of Hellenic Polity. What is it with commoners and their obsession with that over-idealistic screed? Come, Archambaddon, let us not waste any further time entertaining the idle musings of the riffraff. Look, we can manage just fine without your help. But if you do find anything, not that we expect you to, you'll report back to us if you know what's good for you. Understood? Just lovely people. I guess soothe doesn't mean clock him on the head and force him to listen. No, I didn't think so. If I didn't know better, I'd almost say that sounded like a thank you. Well, If there's nothing else to do here, I suppose we should set to work. An excellent idea, Lee. Now, where do you propose we should start? The Fury save us. Wow, I have very mixed feelings about all this. He was just apparently beating his friend? Can we... Forget the kidnapping, can we get him kicked out the Scholasticate for that? If Theo wasn't so insistent on helping the bastard, I'd have left him to find his own way out of this mess. Letters from no one. Emote. Theo mustn't deliberates on how best to proceed with the investigation. If we could only track down the author of the letters and convince him to recant these statements, the student body would have no choice but to withdraw their motion. But where would we even search? By searching for more of the same document, or ... A brilliant plan, Mo-chan. By examining all the letters that have been distributed throughout the Scholasticate, we may very well find clues leading us to the culprit. It's settled then. Let's return to the Scholasticate and commence our search. Suspicious letters. Hello, do you have anything new to say? Nope. She's just kind of standing out here. She doesn't seem to have anything to do with the quests. Suspicious shiny letters. A few of the seminarians were generous enough to lend us letters they received. Upon closer examination, it would appear that while the overarching message is the same, the precise arguments made differ from letter to letter. Whatever could this mean? Someone put a lot of effort into this. It would seem that more than a few of the students tossed the papers in the rubbish without so much as reading them. Thankfully, I was able to scavenge some of the ones that had been thrown away. No. Theo has already apprised me of the situation. Not that he needed to, mind you. It is for that very reason that I remain behind with Blazy, to investigate the origin of the nasty rumours flying about. It didn't take long for us to connect the rumours to the letters, and coax one of the seminarians to show us the document they had received. Thank you. I investigated further, and behold, these are all the ones I managed to collect in my search thus far. Under normal circumstances, the baseless invectives penned here would hardly suffice to convince anyone. It would seem, however, years of harboured animosity have blinded people to their better judgment. So intense is the hostility toward Archambaddon that seminarians are desperately searching for any excuse to have him removed from the Scholasticate. These letters have proved just that, and at the worst possible time. Oh yes, in fact Kremovoy and I have been gathering letters all afternoon. Feast your eyes on this. One of the girls said that the letter just showed up on her bed, as if out of nowhere. I returned to my quarters to check if I had received something similar, but there was nothing to be found. At first I thought it was a simple oversight, but after asking around, I learned that there were more than a few others who, like me, had been overlooked. Creepy. Strange letter showing up on your bed? Which leads us to the question, why is it that only certain seminarians are receiving the letters? What is it they have in common? Suspicious letters? Whatever are you talking about? I've not received anything of the sort. Now that you mention it, however, I did observe some of the seminarians tossing out crumpled slips of paper. Mayhap these are the letters you seek. I wish I could be of more assistance, but I fear that is the extent of my knowledge. Good luck in your search. Suspicious letters. Sure it's fine. Yeah, probably fine. Ah, Melchan, did your search prove fruitful? 4 suspicious letters. A flimsy slip of paper with hastily penned accusations written upon it, alleging that Archambaddon der Zemau is responsible for Ular's kidnapping. Excellent! Let us take a closer look and see what we can discern. How curious. It would appear our culprit has gone through the trouble of writing and distributing 3 distinctly different versions of the letter. The first reads, "As illustrated by the recent abduction that has taken place within these sacred halls, Archambaddon will stop at nothing to eliminate those who stand in his way. Such blatant disrespect of her teachings must not be tolerated." The second says, "It is one thing to disagree with the opinions of your fellow seminarians. It is quite another to abuse one's influence to have your ideological opponents removed. Ular, a firm believer in the teachings of Volume 11 of the Articles of Hellenic Polity and staunch advocate of equality, fell victim to Archambaddon's treachery. The villain cannot go unpunished." And last but not least, Ular's copy of Volume 11 was discovered in the prefect's room shortly after the girl's disappearance. This, more than anything, proves beyond a shadow of a doubt that Archambaddon is guilty. Okay, yeah, this proves that that was planted. Because Archambaddon's friend, us, and Briadean are the only people who knew about that. Well, the final letter at least offers an argument. It's hardly a compelling one. Correct me if I'm mistaken, but aren't there several copies of the Articles of Hellenic Polity sitting on our library shelves? While I can't speak to why Archambaddon would have one in the first place, the book found in his quarters could have been any one of those. Blazy, when you spoke with Ular earlier, did she mention anything about Volume 11? I didn't think anything of it at the time, but while Ular was recovering in the infirmary, she asked that I retrieve her copy from her room. When I went to look for it, it wasn't there. Which would mean the tome was removed, unbeknownst to her. So it would seem. After all, she testified that when the 2 thugs seized her at the marketplace, she had nothing on her person but a pocket of gil. Presumably, the book was still in her quarters then. It would be one thing if the book had disappeared with Ular, but for someone to sneak into her room and remove it after the fact? Why, it's as if the culprit intended to use it to frame Archambaddon all along. Yes. Well, I bet my last gil you're right, and that's the reason none of us received a letter. We're the only people who would be able to confirm with Ular that the book had been pilfered from her room. But who would go to such great lengths to frame Archambaddon? That's our Theo, always striving to help his fellow man, even if that man is all that stands between him and the top of the class. It's enough to leave a girl smitten, isn't it, Blazy? What are you talking about? I'm not smitten. I just admire him for his kind heart, is all. Blazy? Why ever did she dash off like that? Has she taken ill? Oblivious. In a manner of speaking, I'll go and make sure she's okay. Oh dear. Well, whatever it is, I hope she recovers quickly. In the meantime, we need to put our heads together if we hope to get out of this mess. Mel-chan, what do you think? Why would anyone go to such lengths to implicate our combatant? To throw others off the scent. Perhaps he implicated himself? What? Why would anyone go to such great lengths to implicate him? Because they want him removed? Neither of these really... To throw others off the scent, I guess? Bum bum, scary music started. Not saying the guy isn't a jerk, but letting everyone blame him for anything that happened when he didn't do it. Would be doing what the real perp wants, yeah. Yeah, there's kind of two issues going on here. One is someone framing him, which is very wrong, and there's whether he should be here at all. Yeah. My feelings are that he sucks and he should probably not be here, because he just makes everything worse for everyone, and I guess it's like what is this faith actually about? Like, yeah. I think he shouldn't be here because he sucks, but also he should not be framed for something he didn't do. There's plenty of good reasons to not accept him without framing him for a crime he didn't commit. But of course, none save the kidnapper him or herself would have such a strong motive to concoct this convoluted plan, which raises the possibility that the kidnapping was naught but a plot to have our combatant expelled in the first place. In other words, if we can track down the person behind these letters, we'll have ourselves the culprit behind Ula's abduction. We must inform Inspector Brydian straight away. He's currently conducting an investigation at the vault, you say? Let us make our way there with all speed. Yeah, Brydian's missed a lot here. Want to charge him for the right crime. Yes, exactly. That's the... Yeah. You worded it much better than I did. We need to find out who actually did the kidnapping, because they need to be brought to justice as well. You bet the kidnapping victim is the kidnapper and the perpetrator. Interesting. Could be. Lots of people hanging out in this nice little garden area in this quest line. Lazy's quicker than she looks. I gave up my search when it became evident I had no chance of finding her, and was just on my way back when, lo and behold, who do I see but you three? Ah, a perfect vantage point. From here... From here? That's him. Over there. Ah. Hi. Secret meeting in the garden. Ah, it's you. What brings you all the way here? Do you have something to report? I see. Show me these letters. I shall determine if they are as suspicious as you insist. This is everything we've been able to find. The author goes out of his way to mention that Ular's copy of Volume 11 was found in Archambaddon's room. The fool! In his feeble plot to frame the prefect, he has only incriminated himself. That was basically Miles Edgeworth doing the finger waggle. I trust that you, too, have put the pieces together. You have proven an able associate indeed. It is from here, however, that the real work begins. Should at any time you begin to feel your powers of concentration waver, or your attention to detail slip, you need but do this. Take a deep breath and focus your eyes into the distance. In that moment, the solution will appear before you. The game is afoot, and if we intend to win the day, we must remain vigilant. Now, let's get our man. Glasses! And an emote! Yay! You have learned the emote spectacles! Yay! Such cool rewards from these quests. Spectacles. It's not quite the same way he does it though, sadly. Still pretty good though. Add to favourites. And we've got his glasses. Pretty cool. Every race does slash spectacles differently. Oh, I see. Doesn't do the anime light flash thing. Yeah, that's a shame. That's cool. I think I missed something. Who exactly are we going after? I can see the connection, but how does this help us deduce the identity of the perpetrator? Inspector Bride truly is amazing. Why, he's cracked the case with little more than scattered scraps of evidence. Literally. The life and lies of Father Satanoir. Yeah, that. Oh, well, there's the perpetrator. Scholasticate coat. Ooh. Easy enough to add in G-pose? Yeah, that's true. The Summer Flame Sunnies. Ooh, what are those? A satisfied smirk steals across Briardian's face, as all the pieces of the puzzle fall into place. Before we begin pursuing our man in earnest, answer me this. Can any of you tell me where Ular's copy of Volume 11 currently is? The letters say it was found in Archambaddon's room, though, for all we know, that could be complete and utter bollocks. Well, Chan, I see you've managed to keep your word to Lebrasaur. Very good. Allow me to enlighten the rest of you. The tome is currently in my possession. Lebrasaur discovered it in Archambaddon's room, and turned it over to us in secret, for fear it would fuel the ongoing rumours. Now knowing what you do, it is time to put your minds to the test. What do you surmise is the relationship between our talented writer friend and the thief that lifted the book from Ular's quarters? One and the same? They must be accomplices! They're not related in the slightest. ... They're one and the same. I wish it's like Ace Attorney where I can go check all the wrong answers. Well, yeah, we'll go with the right answers. A sensible deduction. The planting of the book in Archambaddon's quarters and the subsequent distribution of these letters were both carried out to a common end, to implicate the prefect in Ular's abduction and force his expulsion. It would stand to reason that the perpetrators are either working in tandem or, in fact, are one and the same. While that in itself does not reveal the identity of the culprit, it does lead us to our next question. Who would have been able to enter and exit Ular's room unnoticed? The perpetrator was able to move quickly and not draw attention to themselves in the act, leading me to believe our book snatcher had easy access to all rooms within the dormitory. How, you might ask? Keys. Something only 3 people currently possess: Father Satinoir and the prefects Archambaddon and Lebrosor. So one of them is the culprit? But which could it be? Okay, I'm sorry, I have to pick a wrong answer. It must have been Archambaddon. It must have been Lebrosor. It couldn't be. It was Lebrosor. Lebrosor, you say? But he's Archambaddon's closest confidant. As he is the only person besides Melchan and the inspector here to have come in contact with the book, I'd say he is a prime suspect. Of course, this is but speculation. Melchan, I hear that you possess a great gift, one which you employed to reveal long-hidden truths about our nation. Might you not be able to use this power to shine some light on the matter at hand? No, I can't. So it is not yours to control. Oh, I guess that means we'll have need to rely on our own wits to obtain the answers we seek. Fortunately, I have an idea of my own, but I'll need your help to see it through. Well then, Theo, let us put this idea of yours into action. Last I heard, Archambaddon and Lebrosor have taken refuge in Zemel Manor. Let's make our way there, post-haste. Did I get the right answer, or... I thought it was Father Satinoir. I'll leave it to you to see that the bumblings of those 3 do not interfere with the final stage of my investigation at the vault. But do not tarry long. With Father Satinoir throwing his full support behind the petition, Archambaddon has but a few bells before his name is permanently struck from the registry. I shall do what I can to see that the proceedings are delayed, but I cannot guarantee it will buy us all the time we need. Godspeed, Melchan. I'll see you at the hearing. It's a Mogstore costume. You can use the manual visor adjust to raise the sunnies up under your forehead. Oh, that's so cool! I do not control the speed at which exposition headaches happen. Exactly. Zemel Manor. What are we doing at the manor again? I kind of lost the plot there. Is it actually Lebrosor? I thought it was Father Satinoir. Interesting. Is this like branch or something, or... You know, I can actually just go back and redo that and pick different options. Let's do that. Go pick different options. See what happens. You'll never tell. That's alright, we can go check. Cool. Okay. Play with my cards. Bum, bum, bum. They're not related in the slightest. It seems you've missed the obvious. If you were to take a moment and work through the facts, you would have noticed the motivation behind the stolen books and letters is the same. Yep, same dialogue. Yeah, I think it's actually Father Satinoir. I know, it was our combatant. Think about it. It explains why he was so adamant in refusing our help. But what sense is there in him stealing the book, when the only thing it would serve to do is implicate him in a crime he may not have even committed? Then that leaves Lebrasoir as the only other person aside from the Inspector and Melchan who came into contact with the book. I'd say he's a prime suspect. Okay, it still leads you into Lebrasoir. Alright. Nod. What are you doing at the vault anyway? Interesting. Ran into a light post. It happens. Probably hurts, but it happens. House Zemel. Big fancy manor. Hello. Oh, well, here they are. Hello. Oh. Looks like they're at it again. What are we to do? Again? I wouldn't take this kind of treatment sitting down. Whatever Theo's brilliant plan is, I certainly hope he took this into account. As you can see, our combatant and I are discussing important matters at the moment. If you have something to report, pray return later. Pray return later. Pray return. To Zemel Manor. Findings? As if anything you four managed to dig up can help me now. The hearing is about to begin. My fate is as good as sealed. There's still time, our combatant. Earlier you pledged your innocence to us. Let us pledge it once more, at the hearing, before one and all. The truth shall speak for itself. The truth? You expect those fools to see the truth when this evidence to the contrary is staring them in the face? How do you think this plan your pea-sized minds have concocted will succeed, where all Lebrasaur's best attempts have failed? We will succeed, our combatant, for it is not just I that stands with you, but the hero who brought to light the truth behind our very nation. Yes, there is nothing she has not seen. Oh, okay, are we doing the big, we're doing a bluff. Surely you understand the implications of this, don't you, Lebrasaur? Melchan has the ability to peer into events of the past. Indeed, it was through her visions that Ishgard's true origins were brought to light. You need to say no more. She has already used her vaunted power to see that I was the one behind it all. Oh. Okay. Yes, it was I that kidnapped Ula. It was I that snuck into her room and stole volume 11. And it was I that distributed the letters. All so that I might implicate our combatant. How satisfying it is to finally be able to say it aloud. For so long, I have had to plot my revenge in silence, and mask my hatred of you with hollow praise and bashful smiles. Lebrasaur, what madness is this you speak? You truly are oblivious, aren't you? Then allow me to enlighten you. After all the transgressions your family has committed against mine, did you truly think I would remain loyal to you? For centuries your house has humiliated us. It was something we'd come to accept, but when the wall between the nobility and the common class came tumbling down, we were met with the most harrowing truth of all, that all our suffering had been for naught. Everything we grew up believing about our status was a fabrication, tall tales, spun to keep us complacent. In reality, you're no better than the 2 broom rats beside you. You never were. It was a terrible realization, but one that also gave me hope. Hope that you could be taken down just as any other. That's when I began plotting. Ular's abduction, the letters and the rumours they spurred, all was part of my master plan. To bring shame and dishonour on you and your family, as you have mine. I have staked everything. Yes, even my very freedom. But it was worth it to give you a taste of our pain. Ha 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 ha, evil laugh. Well, that was easy, yeah. I wasn't expecting this. What's more, I bribed the 2 kidnappers into abducting Ular with money from your purse, and having entrusted the management of your finances to me, you never suspected a thing. Lebrosar, I can only imagine the pain you have endured, but to seek revenge in this way. Nevertheless, I thank you for confessing to your crimes. Now we can absolve Archambaddon of the false charges brought against him. But wait a minute. You mean that she didn't actually see into the past? You deceived me. Yeah. If you'll recall, Theo never explicitly said that Melchan had a vision of what happened to Ular. He merely observed that she possesses such an ability. Truth be told, it is not even a power that can be controlled at will. Hey, don't give out my secrets. Now then, Archambaddon, I suppose that's all the proof of innocence you'll need. Let's escort Lebrossoir to the hearing and have him repeat his most dramatic confession before the headmistress. I take it back, it was just a joke. It was just a joke. I never saw it. The hatred, I mean. How could I have been so blind? We've been friends from childhood, and never for a moment did I question his loyalty. What a fool I was. However did I think I could stand at the forefront of our nation, when I was so oblivious to that which was happening under my very nose? Archambaddon, pray do not torture yourself so. Rather, open your heart and allow Helone's wisdom to set you free. Once you come to see Lebrossoir not only as your friend but as your peer, I promise that the both of you will find a way to mend any bonds that have been broken. That's very high hopes he's got. Get owned, nerd. You played yourself, son. Of the Fury's love will all men receive, and by the balance of her spear will all be set free. You truly believe these words, don't you? You cling to them, even when reality does all it can to prove you wrong. I suppose it is that unwavering faith that your friends find so endearing. Now then, it is time for me to put my own faith to the test, and face my fate head on. May the Fury have mercy. So, what are we waiting around here for? We've a hearing to attend. I'll meet you two there. There is something I must confirm with the inspector first. Melchan, I cannot shake the feeling that this affair runs far deeper than any of us could have imagined. If you would, please accompany Archambaddon to his hearing, and see to it that nothing goes awry in my absence. Well. To the Scholasticate. Anyone in here? Just before we go turn this in and finish this off. Empty. Okay. I must say, Master Lebrosar, that I am extremely disappointed that anyone, much less a student of our upstanding establishment, would commit such atrocities. I am truly at a loss for words. Headmistress Elviane, if I may, do you not find the timing of these confessions to be incredibly convenient? Here we go. It's as if Master Lebrosar here has been coerced into admitting to crimes he himself didn't commit. Let us not rush to condemn a man who may very well be innocent. We must also keep in mind that this incident will have repercussions that extend beyond the Scholasticate. Distrust of our church has never been so high. If we were to expel either one of our prefects, both of whom have strong ties to House Lemau, we will lose any credibility our establishment still has in the eyes of the citizens. To this end, I would propose an alternative plan. We will make a full disclosure of this scandal to the public, together with an announcement that St. Endelim's Scholasticate will be temporarily closed. It is past time we pushed for a full reformation of the school and its curriculum. I kind of feel like that's what they should have done, rather than still trying to teach when they're overhauling the curriculum. But, something stinks here. And there it is, the confession I've been waiting for. Confession? Master Brydean, explain yourself. From the start, I had my suspicions that someone was pulling strings behind the scenes. Someone who had secured a high enough position within the clergy to manipulate the students and the system. I pored through records, closely examining any who fit this description. It was no easy task, but I finally found what I was searching for, and combined with the confession Theomosant obtained with Lebrosar, I was unable to uncover the true culprit. Bum, bum, bum. I speak of you, Satinoir, and I do not call you father, for you are no priest. The documents admitting you into your current position were all forged. Oh. Love the way the doors opened, just marched in with no sign of how they opened. Like to think you kicked them open. You manipulated Lebrosar into carrying out what you yourself could not. You stirred up discord among the students, and fomented the people's distrust of the clergy, in the hopes of creating an even greater rift between the people of Ishgard and the clergy, or in the hopes of seeing the Scholasticate closed down, once and for all. But I don't understand. Why would Father Satinoir seek the ruin of the Scholasticate? The answer to that would lie in his past. Over a decade ago, Satinoir graduated top of his class and was welcomed into the ranks of the Holy See. It was there He was assigned work as an expurgator. Expurgator? Expurgator. Expurgator? What are you talking about? Wait, what are you taking about? Ooh. Typo. In all my years serving the Holy See, I've never heard of such a post. I think that's the first typo I can recall seeing in this game, which is kind of amazing, seeing as how much time I've sunk into it. I would be more surprised if you had. Her holy body of decency, a sector that is comprised of a few select individuals, is perhaps the best kept secret of Ishgard's many secrets. Its existence is known only to a handful of people, beside the Archbishop himself. I am impressed, Master Brydian. It would seem your reputation is well deserved. Though I must correct you on one account. I am no expurgator, but rather one of those so-called watchmen consigned to guard them. That said, we shared a similar fate. Both expurgator and watchman alike were struck from official records and confined in the bowels of the Holy See, damned to live out our lives in the shadows as pallid husks of the men and women we could have been. Also that someday we might fulfill one task. Where written records were deemed too dangerous, expurgators would serve as living documents, orally passing down our nation's greatest secrets. When the time came for the Archbishop's successor to ascend the throne, we would briefly emerge from our isolation, to pass from our mouths to their ears all we knew of Ishgard, before sinking back into obscurity. Of course, no highborn man or woman would be condemned to this fate. No, this was a destiny reserved for commoners, orphans with no ties to the world above. 7 hells! So if the truth hadn't come to light, Theo and I... A person who edits a text by removing obscene or offensive words or passages. Oh, I see. Thank you, duct tape. Men and women forced to sacrifice their own lives, that our nation's darkest secrets might be preserved forever unbeknownst to her people. I can scarce believe my ears. Father Satinoir, the friend you spoke of. Yes, he was an expurgator. Such anguish did his duties cause him, that he chose death over that wretched excuse for a life. And while a new era is upon us, one that does not condemn the innocent to a life of despair for the sake of one man, it does not undo the injustice of 1,000 years. It was to right the wrongs of the past that I escaped that foul dungeon, and made my way back to the place where it all began. This twisted institution, the place responsible for stealing the bright futures of young orphans, needs to be closed down for good. Aww. Father Satinoir, your actions are heinous, and I can in no way condone them. That said, if there is truth to what you say, perhaps it would be best for us to suspend all lessons until we can reach a consensus as to how we might proceed. But Headmistress Elviane, would not closing down the Scholasticate be akin to evading our responsibility as men and women of the clergy? It is our duty to speak the truth, not bury it. For too long the people have been fed naught but lies. It is time we took the initiative, and gave them reason to put their faith in us once more. I must agree with Theomosant. As I have learned firsthand, we must take care never to abuse our power and privilege, lest we hurt the people closest to us. To keep silent would be to repeat the mistakes of our past. The only way we can move forward is to take responsibility for our actions, and make an earnest effort to reach out to those we have wronged. While we may never receive forgiveness, at least we can attempt to atone for any anguish we may have caused those that did not deserve it. If it is true that all men are born equal, as I have heard so many in this room preach time and time again, then all are entitled to know the truth. Let us lead by example, and freely share all that we have learned here today. Father Satinoir? While I cannot pretend to understand your ideal, or soothe the fury that has taken hold in your heart, I can promise you one thing. I swear on Father Choiceau's copy of the Parables of St. Danathan that not you, nor any of those who shared your fate, will ever again be forgotten. Aww. Thus all was laid bare before the public, the atrocities suffered by expurgator and watchman alike, along with the hand the Scholasticate and the Holy See played. That's gone now. So it was that a new path was forged that day, one that would see a renewed faith in the Church and its teachings, where the citizens would come to learn that all men should be regarded as equal, not only in the eyes of Halone, but also by one another. Auto-advancing text! He turned around quick. Yeah, he did, didn't he? Guess it was a shock to his system that the person he thought was his best friend was not at all. Theo is a born detective. He told me that he went to speak with the inspector because he thought it suspicious that Father Satinoir was pushing so hard to have Archambaddon expelled. Sure enough, it turned out that he was the one pulling the strings all along. Well, I'm glad this ordeal is finally behind us. I cannot help but feel as though we've lost one of our own. We share the same origins as Father Satinoir, and would have shared the same fate, had it not been for you. Oh, that's so messed up. Aw. So sad. Milchan, thank you for restoring peace to the Scholasticate. You have reminded us that there is a world beyond these doors that relies as much upon us as we do them. You have opened our eyes and shown us that destiny is but the choices we make. If we are strong and persevere, I have no doubt we can rebuild the Scholasticate and regain the people's trust. Milchan, now that your work here is done, I suppose the time for farewells is upon us. Will you be departing Ishgard immediately? Everyone keeps asking me that. It's sad to say farewell, but let's send you and the inspector off in style. Gonna throw me a party? Kind of a dark story, this one. Yeah. Went to places I was not expecting at all. It was really good. Really good story. Nods Woley, Warrior of Lightly. Ah, there's my trusted associate. I feared I might not be able to bid you a proper farewell before I left. On behalf of my uncle, allow me to thank you for all your hard work. There's still so much fighting and bickering going on. Couldn't you stay with us for just a bit longer? I fear that there are more pressing mysteries that demand my attention. Not to mention a certain young lady in Uldar who awaits my return. Aww. Oh, another client of yours, I take it? Theo, is your head screwed on backwards? He's talking about his... Tactless fools, the both of you. But I suppose you're nothing if not sincere. There, Theo. And while I admit that naivety is one of your more endearing traits, combined with the blunderings of the idiot beside you, it's like as not to bring the Scholasticate to ruin. That's why you'll need someone with extensive knowledge of the affairs of Ishgard, and the proper connections to actually bring about the change you seek. Someone like me. The words of a man looking to steal his way into our dear Theo's heart. Ha ha ha! Lazy, Lee, it seems you've got competition. The fury take you all. Call me what you will, but Theo would never replace me with anyone, much less a conniving snake like Archambaddon. How refreshing it is to hear such playful banter among my friends. Yes, people talk like that. It would seem our worries are finally behind us. Before we celebrate, however, there is one last thing. Lazy, I'd like to thank you for your support. Were it not for your meticulous notes and sharp eyes, Ula would still be missing. Kiss her. Melchan, Inspector, words are not enough to express our gratitude. It was only because of you that we were able to unmask the perpetrator and restore peace to our school. Just as Father Choiceout brought you to us in Gorgon Mills, I cannot help but feel Halone guided you to us in our time of need. We hope to one day repay the kindness you have shown us by rebuilding the Scholasticate. When next you visit, we hope she will have retaken her place as the nation's top establishment of higher learning, and once again serve to light the people's way back to the halls of Halone. Our fair nation has seen her share of tragedy and turmoil, but I take heart in knowing that there are those such as yourself to watch over her, and see that she does not stray from her course. Till we meet again. Aww. Everybody gay for Theo, apparently, yes. This feels like the ending of an Ace Attorney game, with just like how sweet it is with the characters saying goodbye and such. Roads. Ooh, that's got a New Game Plus chapter. Cool. Back to School 3. Of the Holy Body. Don't know what that means, but sure. Well written, yeah. Yeah, I'm really glad that we were able to bring around, God, I forgot his name already. Archambaddon, yeah. I'm really glad that things turned out well there. That was really, just a really satisfying ending. Well, we've got to go back in and see what people say. Not enough charging Brydean with the big dinner bills. Enough for him to scream objection at the end, though. Yes. Yeah, these are the hopeful stories I really love, when the characters are able to move forward together. Really good. Hey everyone! Recently, Blazy and I started talking again. After opening up to her about how much her silence hurt me, we reconnected, and now our friendship is stronger than ever. Yay! There's just one teensy problem. You see, Thea Mossad is completely oblivious to how Blazy feels about him, but she's too shy to admit anything. The two of them are so frustrating to watch. Teenagers? Are they teenagers? Or are they young 20? I don't know. Kids. Thanks to you, the teachings of Volume 11 are closer than ever to being achieved. The misfortune we encountered here at the Scholasticate was the catalyst we needed to bring about the necessary change, and I can say with confidence was Halone's will. Oh, Melchan, with everyone working so well together to make the Scholasticate a better place, Theo has never been happier. His smile grows more radiant by the day, and with each passing week I come to admire him all the more. Melchan, how wonderful of you to come visit. We've been working to reform the foundation of our current school system and curriculum, and things here have seen great improvement. Every day I feel as though I'm moving a step closer to achieving my dreams and bringing about the change Father Choiseau had hoped Ishgard would one day embrace. Welcome back, Melchan. You won't believe how much the Scholasticate has changed. The sombre atmosphere that hovered over the Scholasticate has been replaced by radiant joy, and not a single day goes by that these halls aren't filled with the jubilant laughter of seminarians. Aww. Melchan, how goes your adventures? Since I last saw you, I've had a few of my own, all of which have involved keeping Theo out of trouble. The only good thing about having Arcombaddon around is that he somehow manages to sense trouble before it happens. Whoops. Okay. Might show up again later, not sure. Is that Brydean or Theomosson? Either way, I hope so. Ah, Madame Angora, to what do we owe the pleasure? The students will no doubt be delighted to see you, so if you feel so inclined, please take the time to go and speak with them. What do you do here? Though I do still teach on occasion, my primary responsibilities are now administrative, as I serve directly under Headmistress Elviane. That said, the recent turmoil has necessitated a minor restructuring of the school system and our curriculum. With these changes have come some additional duties, one of which includes accompanying the headmistress to various public engagements. Seeing as we are often away, we have turned over the management of day-to-day operations to the students. While initially I had my doubts, I must say it was an excellent decision on our part. Not only has it helped build the students' confidence, but has also taught them the importance of being open to new ideas. Interesting. Arcombaddon. Ah, okay. St. Endelim's Scholasticate is where God-fearing men and women come to... Yep. When the true origin of Ishgard was revealed, we had our fears that anger and desperation would destroy the Scholasticate from the inside out. It is only thanks to both you and my nephew that our proud establishment remains standing. Now that the worst has passed, I have even come to think of the turmoil as a blessing. It has opened our eyes and given us the opportunity to restructure some of the older systems we had in place, that we might better serve the people. At the urging of our students, we have even started offering public lectures, which cover our great nation's true history. I can say with confidence this is a new beginning for us. Aww, that's so good. All those who had a hand in the recent disturbance are currently in Temple Knight custody and are awaiting trial. I can only hope that they will use this time wisely and reflect upon their conduct. Satinoir especially need do so. While there is no denying the grave transgressions committed by our institution, or the hardship he endured, that does not make his actions any more acceptable. Not only did he cause undue distress, but he has tainted the mind of one of our most promising students. He is the one who exacerbated Lebrossoir's growing discontent, which he then used to achieve his own ends. Furthermore, we recently received news that Satinoir attempted to escape from his holding room, wounding several guards in the process and adding to his crimes. While some may argue that he too is a victim driven past the brink of sanity and must not be prosecuted so harshly, others are not so lenient. Unfortunately, there is no easy answer to any of this. It seems all we can do at this point is await the results of his trial. Should by some miracle his sentence be reduced, and he demonstrates his willingness to truly rededicate his life to the Fury, Theomosant and a few other seminarians have announced their intention to welcome Satinoir back to the Scholasticate. It is a day I sincerely look forward to. Aww. God, why is the writing of this game so wholesome? So good. Ever since the inconsistencies in Ishgard's history and the Church's teachings were brought to light, I feared it to be the end of an era and, by extension, the Scholasticate. Melchan, I cannot tell you how wrong I was. If anything, our fine establishment flourished in the aftermath and, with the help of our dedicated students, will continue to do so. Ah, if it isn't Melchan, what brings you back to our halls? If it's out of concern that you have decided to pay a visit, allow me to put your worries to rest. The Scholasticate has never been better. Ever since Theo and Archambaddon set aside their differences and learned to work together, the students have been able to freely express their opinions without fear of retribution. It's opened up the floor for some very interesting conversations, to say the least. I paid a visit to Lebrossoir soon after he was escorted off Scholasticate grounds by the Temple Knights. He refused to even acknowledge my presence. It would take a great deal of time for me to gain his forgiveness, it seems. In the meantime, I shall do what I can to see that the Scholasticate's reputation is restored. Together with Theo, I feel we will be able to pave the path toward a brighter future for all seminarians here. Aww. The history we were taught growing up was all a lie. The priest and mentor I had come to respect the most was a fraud. Lebrossoir was never loyal to the Zemels, and now Archambaddon and Theomosant are practically joined at the hip. It's as if the world's gone mad. But perhaps a little madness was just what I needed, for all these changes have made me realise how narrow-minded and set in my own ways I was. From now on, I shall endeavour to be more accommodating and accepting of others' ideas and opinions. Lately, one of the seniors who had made it his life's mission to observe and criticise everything I do has become almost cordial. Where before, I would have to endure one-sided lectures, now we have actual conversations. I must say, this change has made me more receptive to what he has to say, and every day my respect for him grows. Aww. Aww. Hi. Scholasticate. That was really good quest line. Still gonna sit here though. Possibly good thumbnail. Red Ball Blue is pretty good. I don't think I've had Red Ball Blue. Sounds nice. Well, I think we're done here. That was really good. Really enjoyed that. Wonder if there's any more Brydean stuff in the later expansions. I hope so. It was a fun little investigation. Melchan, you can't hug them all. Yes, I can. Blueberry flavoured. Apparently hard to find. Ah, okay. We might not have that here then, sadly. Alright, well. We did the Scholasticate. Nearly 7 o'clock. So what do we have left that I wanted to do before we got back to the main story? Let's see, I'll just go check that list of side quests I was looking at. Yeah, there's a wiki that has like a pages for each like major side quest series. Relic weapons, yeah, I'm not doing that on stream. Comedy, Hildebrand, Delivery Moogle. Oh, I still haven't done Delivery Moogle. That was from Realm Reborn. Further Hildebrand Adventures, we did that. Scholasticate, we did that. Tales of the Dragon Song War and Ishgardian Restoration. So that's stuff we haven't done yet. I think that's everything left that I wanted to do before we got back to main story. Maybe I'll do Delivery Moogle. Oh, it's quite long actually. maybe we'll start Delivery Moogle. Mail delivery quests. Yeah, it's supposed to be pretty funny. Alright. Let's go do some leftover Realm Reborn stuff. Main story, is there such a thing? Apparently. I've heard of it, but I don't know what it is. The post on Reddit about the tracking tool someone built. No, what's that? Okay, yeah, because then tomorrow, or next time I stream, hopefully tomorrow, we can do Tales from the Dragon Song War and the Firmament stuff, and I think that'll tie nicely back into the main story. Yeah. Alright, let's go check out this Delivery Moogle stuff. It's like the one quest in Mordona I haven't done. Well, the one side quest. Might be some spoilers just on quest and duty names. Ah, okay. Ah, okay, thank you. The 14 to-do list. Cool, thank you. I'll have a look at that. I don't want to get spoiled on stuff though. God, I love this car. It's so good. Yeah, it's funny, there's a streamer I've been watching, Zoe, who's been playing, she's partway through Heavensward now, and she keeps getting, like, stressed about how slowly she's going through the story. And I'm like, you've nearly caught up with me, and I've been going for months. Clinthota of Errant Epistles. Clinthota tires of having the possessions of others foisted upon her. Zoe Proasek? Yes. Yes. Yeah, she's been streaming Heavensward lately. Been really fun. 7 hells. Are those bloody furballs blind? Scarnfrisk sin. Not Scarnfrisk win. It's writ clear as day. Pardon me. The Moogle meant no harm, I'm sure, but this marks the 3rd time this past fortnight I've found myself in possession of a delivery intended for another. I do not expect all Moogles to be well versed in Rogadin naming conventions, but when they are unsure of the intended recipient, could they at least have the courtesy to ask before dumping it off and flitting away unseen? Look closely here. This missive is clearly marked for my brother, Risflo Scarnfrisk Sin. He makes his home in Limsa, and serves on guard duty at the Octant more often than not. I've a mind to send this letter right back where it came from, but my confidence in those furballs wears thin. I put my trust in them, and I'd not be surprised to see the letter end up in the hands of Hilfer himself. Hilfer. Not sure who Hilfer is. Perhaps you could deliver this letter to Wristflow the next time your travels take you to Limsa, and tell him that though his sister would never think of reading his mail, she thinks he could do much better for himself than some vapid tavern wench. Very good. The letter I gave you was intended for my brother, Wristflow. He makes his home in Limsa, and serves on guard duty at the Octant more often than not. Limsa. There's a skunk on your bed. Jay's lying on his back, so his white stripe is visible. Aw, cute! This tool has spoiler hiding built in. Ooh, excellent. Thank you. Nice. I'll fire that up tonight, probably, and have a look at it. And see if there's anything else I want to go over before we go back to the main story. Hello. If you're lost, you'd best get found, and quickly. The streets of Limsa aren't known to be kind to lubbers and loiterers. Letter to Wristflow. Already misdelivered once, the fate of this envelope addressed to one Wristflow lies solely in your capable hands. A letter for me, delivered to my sister of all people? Well, isn't that just bloody brilliant? Perhaps next time those bloody furballs could just forward all of my personal correspondence to the Admiral herself. I dare say the consequences would be less dire. 100,000 apologies, my good sir. A Moogle? Yes, a Moogle. I am most profusely, profoundly sorry for the terrible inconvenience I have caused. You may rest assured that the offending Moogle has been flogged several times with a large harbour herring as due punishment for his negligence. Wow. Oh! You have my word that we delivery Moogles shall redouble, triple even, our efforts to ensure that no precious parcel or missive ever again goes astray. Behold, for I shall now perform for you the Moogle dance of inimitable integrity. Settle your wings, my Moogle friend. I don't believe that will be necessary. And by that I mean, for the love of the gods, just don't. Wait a bleeding minute. Am I to believe I'm talking to a Moogle? In the flesh? Well, if this isn't a rare occasion. And Limlane take me if you aren't a cute little bugger. Just moments ago, I'd half a mind to wring the incompetent courier's neck. But I'm not so petty a man as to vent my frustrations on a defenceless ball of fur. Besides, how can I hold it against you? What with the population of the realm burgeoning of late, I'd be lying if I said I myself didn't have trouble keeping names and faces straight. Any road, What's-her-face here was kind enough to deliver my letter, and I have your word that no more mistakes will be made. As far as I'm concerned, this is all water under the bridge. Oh, you are too kind. The kindest, good sir. As for you, my adventuring friend, I dare say you would make a superlative delivery aura if you put your mind to it. Travelling to far-flung lands, rekindling old friendships and cultivating new ones, staying abreast of the latest happenings in the realm. Why, if there's a more fulfilling career to be had, I know not of it. So, what say you, Cooper? Do you want to be a delivery aura, Cooper? Sure. Now that's the spirit. In recognition of your efforts on behalf of our friend Wristflow, I hereby waive the stringent screening examination typically administered to those who would join our ranks. Welcome aboard. I am the Deputy Post Moogle in charge of tutelage and training. In other words, your superior. As such, you will address me with due respect and follow each and every one of my instructions to the letter. No pun intended. Are we understood, Cooper? Of course we are. Now, allow me to explain your duties. When you see me floating about in the vicinity of where we now stand, you may take this as a sign I have one or more letters that I cannot be bothered that I have deemed suitable for your training. Approach me and declare your readiness for the task, and I will entrust one of the said letters to you, along with directions for its delivery. And so your journey begins, Cooper. Mind you, until you prove yourself, I will be overseeing all your deliveries to ensure that you do not shirk or slacken your duties. Not that a dutiful delivery aura like you would even consider such a thing, yes? These quests are cool, nice little side stories. And at the end you get his hat. Ah, cute. Carrier unlocked. Oh. You attain carrier level 1. Oh, I level up, hey? You are now able to undertake delivery quests. To review available quests and accept an assignment, speak with a deputy Post Moogle. Okay. Upon accepting the quest, you'll be entrusted with a letter or package to a prominent Eorzean. Deliver it with swiftness and accuracy, and earn a name for yourself as one of the most trusted carriers in the realm. The Post Moogle always rings twice. The Postwoman. Where'd he go? Ah, there he is. Ah, what I wouldn't give to get out and see the realm from time to time. Do you reckon those Moogles are still looking for help? Probably. A debt unpaid. The Deputy Post Moogle has wasted no time in finding you a suitable training assignment. Seems reminiscent of helping deliver letters in FF9. Ah, yeah, it does actually. I forgot about that little side quest. If it isn't my new my promising new recruit. The twinkle in your eyes and spring in your step. Simply shout out to me. I'm ready for my first assignment, Mr. Deputy Post Moogle, sir. Do I hear you correctly, Cooper? Of course I do. Well, this is your lucky day, for I've picked out what should prove the perfect task to start off your training. To wit, I have here in my paws a letter that needs delivering to Baderon, proprietor of the Drowning Wench. A simple task, you say? Perhaps, and perhaps not. For a delivery Moogle's task does not end with the handing over of a piece of parchment. No, the conscientious carrier lends her ear to the addressee and sees the job through until her customer is happier for what he has received. That sounds difficult. Being the accomplished and eminently visible adventurer that you are, I suspect that your clients will be even more eager to enlist your services than they would with an elusive Moogle like myself. Consider this an honour and a privilege, Cooper. As the one in charge of your training, I shall wait here for word of your success. You will succeed, won't you, Cooper? Sure. A perfect task to start off your training, if I do say so myself, and I just did, Cooper. Alright, to Baderon. Skills running. Ah, now here's a face what always warms me heart to see. Ever a shining example to all the would-be heroes and heroines in these halls. You've a letter for me, you say? Letter to Baderon. The lettering on this envelope is so poorly done that it is only thanks to the keen eye of your Moogle supervisor that you know it is addressed to Baderon Tenfingers, Drowning Wench, founder and proprietor. Would have figured you'd have more pressing tasks on your plate than playing messenger girl, but who am I to... What's this? Oh, bugger me. Of all the times for him to show up. Hate to burden you, but I'd be much obliged if you could help me with a simple task. Oh. Alright, what is it? I knew I could count on you. Aye, the moment I saw your face, I knew the navigator had guided you back here for a reason. The reason? To help me settle the score with an old acquaintance of mine. Aye, the man's worked up quite the bill, and it's past time for a reckoning. You had to find the bastard and bring him here to old Baderon. I can trust you with that, eh? You'll find him out in the middle of Lanosia, a Rogadin fellow of his imposing stature and less than imposing brains, like as not up to trouble of some sort. Oh, and speak with Sudojby before you set out. She's prepared the perfect welcome gift for me, dear old mate. Alright. Buttspot is back! Buttspot! Buttspot is back! Yay! Welcome back, Buttspot. Twitch banned Buttspot and we have no idea why, and now it's just back now, I guess? Okay. Down to one furball in your room. The orange furball under your bed left. Aww. Followed soon after by the skunk. Aw, you've only got pork bun left. Don't worry, they'll all come back once you try to go to bed. So you're the adventurer going out to greet our guest of honour, are you? Baderon hasn't told me much about the man, but his steely gaze speaks volumes. As you know, Baderon was an accomplished sellsword in his younger days. Made his share of friends, and more than his share of foes, and the latter are none too shy about bringing trouble onto the premises. A Rogadan fellow in the middle of Lenosia, was it? Ah, I'll pry no further. One thing I've learned in my time here is not to poke my nose in disputes that don't involve me. Here's the gift Baderon asked me to prepare. I trust that it will serve you well. Okay. Sounds sus, but alright. This way. It's weird being back in, like, doing quests in Realm Reborn again. Hey, Nora, welcome. Buttspot has no mercy, yup. 2 furballs in your room. Cat sleeping on the pile of clean clothes. And dog sleeping directly behind your chair. Aww. So that you can't go anywhere. Just as planned. What are you doing? Have mercy! My wine is my livelihood. Quit your cowering. I ain't looking to steal nothing. Just be wanting a ship, that's all. A big ship. An adventurer? Thank the gods. Oh, sorry, that's the winemonger. An adventurer? Thank the gods. This brute means to rob me of my livelihood. You must stop him. Douse him with ice-cold water. Okay. Water cooled with ice shards to the point just before freezing. Alright, you're asking for... See ya. You're a godsend, friend. I tell you, that brute is a menace to honest merchants everywhere. You will find him and bring him to justice, yes? Sure, I guess? Not sure what I can do apart from telling him, hey, stop doing this. Grr, intimidate you. Have mercy, woman. I didn't mean the little man no harm. I just had a few too many. Ugh. An old foe of Baderon's? Ain't that rich? Ha! I'm the best bloody mate the old bastard's ever known, whether or not he's willing to admit it. Sure. Sure you are. Name's Tilswain, a sellsword of some repute myself, though more for me prowess with a flagon of ale than the spear at me back. Ha! No. You'll not see me blaming Baderon, nor you, of course, for the soggy welcome. I dare say I earned it on my last trip to the wench. As a matter of fact, I've even brought Baderon a small token of apology. Just my own way of saying sorry for all the trouble I've stirred up it. Well, bugger me to the 7th hell again. Hell and back again. I left the bloody bag back at Mummersford Arms, was it? Forgive me, lass. My memory's still a bit hazy. I'd go back and search myself, but in addition to not knowing quite where I came from, I'm still feeling a touch queasy. Be a good lass and retrace my steps for me, will you? With any luck, the fellow there, damned if I can remember his name, is keeping me belongings safe and sound. Mummersford Arms. Be a good lass and retrace my steps, will you? With any luck, the fellow at Mummersford Arms. Summerford Farms. Your cat loves donating hair to your clean clothes as well. Must donate fur to the less fortunate. Exactly. Such generosity they have. Always looking out for us. You like my car? Hello, stranger. What brings an impressive-looking young lass like yourself to my humble orchards? That bloody drunkard. Of course I remember him. How could I not? Left his mark all over the bedding and floor. And this after I went out of my way to furnish his room with a proper spitting box. His belongings? I had my hands plentiful cleaning up his foul spew. If he left anything else behind, like as not it's still there. You're more than welcome to explore, though I'd suggest you watch your step and hold your nose, particularly if you've just eaten. Yuck! Ew! Ew! I'm gross, oh my god, yuck. A satchel. Let's get it and get the hell out of here. Found what you're looking for? Pleased to hear it. Especially if it means I'll be spared a reunion with the stinking sop. Rum! Hello. I'm back. Back, are ya? Didn't happen upon me belongings, mayhap? Just a small satchel, nothing too fancy. A worn leather pouch filled with a pair of old 100 gil coins. Bloody brilliant. Aye, from the moment you doused me with that wet stuff, I knew I'd made myself a friend. Don't know about you, but after all me troubles today, I've worked up quite a thirst. What say you join me at the wench? First pints on beta on. Ha! Well, I guess we will. Oh, what a gorgeous dog. Oh. Should I show this on stream? What do you think? Yeah, it's a gorgeous dog. Aww. Ah, look. Oh. She's so gorgeous. Love her. Better pictures? Ooh, yeah, feel free to share. Love pet pictures. Animals are the best. Oh, here he is. Well, if you didn't watch your face from wherever it was, pull up a chair and don't be a stranger. Later on, a cold one for the fine lass. Ah, welcome back, Melchan. You've my apologies for getting you mixed up in the dealings of a couple of old sellswords. Have a pint of me finest, and regardless of what he might have told you, Tilswain's paying for all comers tonight, including yours truly. You've not changed a wet, Bateron. Still a thankless bloody bastard. Thankless? Me? Says the insufferable sot, who won't be content till he drinks his so-called best mate out of house and home. Mark my words, Tilswain. If you conveniently forget to pay your tab this time, I'll lunch you to the 7th L. Baderon acts all tough, but trust me, just a moment ago he was going on about how happy he was to hear you were safe. Here, this one's on the house. I hear it's your favourite. You didn't worry, Lash. Old Tilshwain and your master go way back. Gone soft, if you ask me. Why, back in our day, you couldn't call yourself friend to Baderon until he'd drawn steel on you, at least twice. Then I shall consider myself fortunate that we only became acquainted more recently. But do tell, good sir, what is the story behind those coins? The remnants of some hidden treasure, mayhap? Treasure? Ha! You and I both wish, lassie. No, I fear it's little more than a memento of days long past, and none too well remembered. Back when Baderon and myself were still wet behind the ears, a grizzled old veteran, at least he looked grizzled to a couple of young pups like us, took a liking to us. Took us under his wing, as it were. It was a kindness, in days when kindness was hard to come by. Carried with him these here the coins he did. See the face of the spinner? Said her fair gaze watching over him was what kept him living, where all his old mates had a tendency to end up dead. Or worse. Chanced upon him a fortnight ago. On his deathbed, the poor bastard. Said he'd lived a good life, but his luck had finally run its course. Didn't have much to leave behind, save for his lucky coins. Coins he wanted to leave to a couple of not-so-young pups, that they might enjoy a life as long as his. A touching tale indeed. Now perhaps you can answer a long-held question of mine, good sir. Why ever would a sellsword as renowned as Baderon forsake his blade for the life of a glorified barkeep? You've not heard the story? Mind you, a detail or two might have slipped from my memory, but I'll give her a try. 'Twas 20 years ago, or thereabouts, with the realm finally at peace, or something resembling it, a great mercenary captain had a plan. This man, aye, a living legend if there ever was one, brought all the sellswords who were itching for a new fight under one roof. So it was that the Adventurers Guild was born, and there were no shortage of eager applicants. Aye, everyone and their uncle was looking to be an adventurer, save for one young boy, the son of the very man what founded it. This boy wanted only one thing, to follow in his father's footsteps and make his name as the greatest sellsword who ever walked the realm. Did the boy give up his dream? Did he reckon he'd already achieved it? Can't say for sure, Lashy, only that the boy is now a man, and the man stands behind the counter at the Adventurers Guild, dispensing advice to young glory seekers like Melchan here, and ale to old drunkards like me. Is this true? Why, that would mean Baderon's father is none other than... Stoby, I pay you to wipe the tables, not wag your bloody tongue. Now get back to work, before I throw you back out in the gutter where I found you. And just when things were starting to get interesting. And with that, Baderon, I'd best be on me way. Spend any more time around that lovely lass and this lonely old sellsword is like to get jealous. Besides, if I empty your cuffs today, what will I drink on my next visit? Aye, walk away while your legs still hold you, you blundering oaf, and come back any time for a pint of me finest. A pint of me finest. I'll see it dumped right over your fat head. Wow. No bones broken, and only 2 of my tables covered in spew. Not a bad day, by my reckoning. Drunken bastard that he is, Tilswain's a friend. A friend I'd not have reunited with were it not for your timely delivery. Your next ale is on the house. When that man first came crashing in here, I feared for my life. Turns out I'm still in one piece, and picked up a few tales about Baderon to boot. I eagerly await any future deliveries, friend. Back to the Moogle. Photos. Thank you. Cute dog. cat and dog. Ah! Ah, cute pictures. Oh my god. So cute. Hello. Ah. I like that one. So cute. Thank you for sharing. Oh, they're so cute. Oh. Wonder if I get any XP for these? Probably not, but might as well check. If it isn't my dutiful assistant, I trust you fared well on your first assignment. Do tell me all about it, Kubo. Why, you don't say. Baderon has never been an easy customer to please. Why, he nigh pulled out my whiskers that time I dropped a letter in a flagon of ale. But it sounds like you've made a fabulous first impression. As your senior, I couldn't be more pleased with your effort. And with myself, for having discovered such a talented new recruit, Kubo. But this is no time to rest on your laurels, oh no, for each day brings new letters, and the deliveries that await will take you even further afield. I dare say you might encounter clients who will make old Baderon look like a cuddly chocobo. But it's all in a day's work for my able assistant, yes? When you're looking for your next assignment, you know where to find me, Kubo. Sandwiches, risotto. Mahi mahi. Land trap salad. I gotta go with the risotto. Yummy. Bum, 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 bum. You attain carrier level 2. With your successful delivery, your reputation as a letter carrier has grown. The Warrior of Light really does everything, don't they? Oh, we got 2. Carline Memories. Redanian Address. This will be for Mother Mione, I assume. Well, if it isn't my favourite assistant, back and eager as ever. As a reward for your zeal in your duties, I have what should prove to be a positively delightful task, Kubo. I've a letter here addressed to Mother Mione of Gridania's Carline Canopy. Ah, I can just feel the warm rays of the sun trickling down through the leaves. A piping hot cup of tea in my paw. Why, I've half a mind to deliver the letter myself. But let it not be said that the Deputy Post Moogle keeps the more pleasing tasks for himself. No, the job is yours, and you need not so much as ask for it. Happy message carrying, Kubo. Thank you. Dream on. Ah, Mamodi, yeah. Neither snow, nor rain, nor heat, nor gloom of night will stay the Deputy Post Moogle from unloading work on his subordinates. Well, look who's back. I'll give you 3 guesses what I have in my paw, and the first 2 don't count, Kubo. Why yes, a letter. However did you know? It's addressed to Mamodi, the ever-charming proprietress of the Quicksand in Uldar. Sounds like a pleasant enough assignment, wouldn't you say? But this is no ordinary letter, oh no. Why, I've strained my eyes for any sign of the sender's name, but it is nowhere to be found. An anonymous epistle? Sounds like a task for my most capable assistant, Kubo. I sense intrigue. Now let's start in Gridania. Whoosh. My Warrior Light sure does. Yep. Everything. Mother Mione! Welcome home, friend. You've made quite a name for yourself, haven't you? At times, I'd swear that even the trees themselves are abuzz with tales of your exploits. I got a letter. A nondescript envelope addressed to Mother Mione of the Carline Canopy. A letter? Let me see. Oh! Why, it would seem there'll be an even greater demand for eel pies in the coming days. And once again the oven calls. Not that you'll find me complaining. After all, Some go their entire lives without knowing how it feels to have one of their creations beloved by Eorzeans the realm over. Which, come to think of it, reminds me of a story. How did it go again? Ah yes, many years ago, when I was no taller than the counter before us, a Lullafellan artisan and his daughter came here to the Twelveswood. Of the circumstances which brought them here I know little, for the father was a man of few words. What I do know is that they had left behind their home, travelling far and wide across the realm, before settling on Gridania as their new home. The elementals care little about borders drawn by men. All who treat the forest with compassion are welcome within. Are they though? Because those Alamegan refugees were turned away. Sadly, people in those times were not quite so understanding. The poor man and daughter endured name-calling, spiteful pranks, and worse. My grandfather took pity on them, offering them shelter in this building. In those days, it was little more than a glorified storage cabin, far from the bustling city of activity it is now. My grandfather minded the watermill, you see, as his father before him, a respected position that afforded our family a certain status among our peers. Though not all approved of my grandfather befriending the outsiders, none dared give voice to their objections. With time, Gridanians came to understand that whensoever they hailed, the man and his young daughter were honest, peaceable folk, no different from any of us. With the blessings of their newfound countrymen, the love the two harboured for their new home deepened. When talk arose of erecting a new waterwheel, the father, originally a shipwright by trade, was among the first to offer his services. My grandfather soon joined him. Though not without hardships along the way, the wheel eventually rose, standing even today as one of Gridania's greatest architectural achievements, and a keystone of our very livelihood. If you are not in too much of a hurry, I would very much like to show it to you. But before we depart, I would ask of you a small errand. Would you be so kind as to pick 4 carline blossoms around town and bring them to me? I would accompany you, but alas, the kitchen calls. 4 blossoms, alright. Pick some flowers. Let's go a class that runs faster. Vroom. Ba-ba-bum. Hello. Oh, this brings back memories. Running around Gridania collecting things. Just like the early days. Somehow I'm nostalgic for a game I've only been playing for a few months. Now, old Gridania. This Moogle gun does suit this questline. Moogle noises. And the other one's at the Lancers Guild. Alright. Hello. I'm back. Ah, welcome back. Were you able to procure the carline blossoms I asked of you? A yellow flower found growing in Gridania proper. You went out to the kitchen to get pork bun her meat, and you found a black cat turned brown. Midnight is a dust bomb. Oh no! Oh no. Ah, how lovely. Though hardly a rare sight in Gridania, these flowers never fail to bring a smile to my face. The water wheel I would show you is best seen from the jadeite flood. Go on ahead. I shall be along after I see to my duties here. Now, I've seen the water wheel, so can we skip that part? No? Alright, alright. I took a picture at that water wheel with Noctis. Ooh. Rum. And then she never showed up. Ah, Melchan. I hope I've not kept you waiting over long. Come now, let us look upon the water wheel of my tale. Behold the pride of our nation, Figaga's gift. Is she not magnificent? Countless times have I come here, yet each time I stand in awe at her sheer size and beauty, knowing that it was born of a special bond between my grandfather and the Lullafellan builder elevates it to a special place in my heart. Would that they had lived to see it complete. Ah, I spoke of hardships, yes? Not days after he finished drawing up his draft for the new mill, the poor Lullafell, pale and hearty for his age until then, suddenly took ill. What started as a cough soon grew dire, and within a fortnight he had passed. Without its chief builder, the ambitious project came grinding to a halt. At first, there seemed no recourse but to abandon construction entirely. Then the daughter stepped forth, vowing that she would see her father's dream to fruition. Though none could deny her pedigree, the girl had never lifted a hammer in her entire life. Not letting this, nor the doubting words of others deter her, she promptly enrolled in the Carpenters' Guild, vowing to follow in her father's footsteps. People laughed. Who was this shy little girl with yellow blossoms in her hair? But within a year's time, all could see that the girl was a prodigy with a hammer. In 5 years, she had mastered skills that would take an ordinary carpenter a lifetime. In 10, her father's dream had become a reality. The shy girl with flowers in her hair had blossomed into a strong, proud woman, and one of the greatest builders our realm has ever known. Such is the tale of Figaga. To think of the wonders she might still have wrought. Alas, not long after completing her gift to us, she succumbed to the same foul plague that took her father. I mean, why do these stories have to be so sad? No worries. Have a good night, Tag. Thanks for hanging out. Though she is with us no more, she remains an inspiration for the women of Gridania, myself first among them. It is here, in view of the father and daughter's greatest accomplishment, that I buried their ashes and built a small monument to their memory. Once again I thank you, Melchan. The flowers you picked surely brought a smile to Figaga's face today. Now, shall we return? Yes, to the place that I named in her memory. Oh, her name was Caroline, was it? because riders feed off of your suffering. It's so true. Thank you for accompanying me today. I had hoped to share the tale of Fagaga with you for quite some time now, having come here as you did from a faraway land. In transforming my grandfather's old storage cabin into the carline canopy you see today, I sought to carry on the spirit he showed to his Lullafellan friends, a spirit of welcoming and acceptance for all who would seek shelter here, regardless of their origins. And it was in the same spirit that I came to devote my life to looking after those who would seek adventure. And what a fateful decision that turned out to be, yes? So it was that I came to stand behind this counter, and so it was that I met you, and so it was that I received the joyous tidings that you brought to me today. For you see, the letter you delivered was an announcement from the Adventurers Guild. It would appear that I can look forward to a sizable group of new recruits in the days to come, and nothing could make me happier. I wanted to share this news with Fagaga and with you. After all, 'tis in no small part thanks to your exploits that so many brave young men and women would step forth to bring succour to our realm. Truly, you are a gleaming example to all. May your star shine forever bright upon us, Melchan. Aw, that was sweet. Mulled tea, apkalu omelette, cheesecake, and gratin. Yeah. Omelette, please. Carrier level 3. I love this goofy level up thing we get every time we finish a letter. Alright, Momodi! Momodi! Thank you, Tag. Good night. Hope you sleep well. Adventurers Guild. Momodi. It's really nice. We're getting some. We're fleshing out these innkeepers. Well, if it ain't Melchan. Good to see an adventurer who checks in with the guild from time to time, even after becoming all famous and the like. What brings you to the quicksand today? I got a letter. A small envelope. A letter? Next thing I know, you'll be sprouting a pom-pom and ending every other utterance with goodbye. Oh? How curious. It would seem the sender's forgotten to sign the envelope. Oh, my beloved Momodi, my riches could buy all the jewels in the realm, yet none would shine as bright as thee. Say that you will be mine, and... Bleh! Good gods! No wonder the letter was anonymous. No man in his right mind would claim authorship of such a hackneyed, pretentious load of... Momodi, my love, I see that my mellifluous missive finds you looking as beautiful as ever. Uh-oh. Who is it? Oh, it's you. Why do I find myself entirely unsurprised? I've lost count of how many times I've spurned your shameless advances to your face. Must I now do the same in writing for you to get that bloody message? Shameless? You wound me, Momodi, my love. Why, my advances are positively shameful. That's not the right word, is it? Picture the scene. A mysterious letter. A secret admirer. Is it so outlandish for a man to think that the subtle, romantic approach might stir the flames of passion in his beloved's heart? Says the fool standing before me for the third time this week, still sporting that same ridiculous jacket. Our guest clearly lacks the courtesy to introduce himself, so allow me. This is Thomas So-and-so, son of the spice merchant someone or other, and the richest, most eligible young bachelor in all of Uldar. Thomas So-and-so. Forgive me if I've forgotten some of the details. I've only heard the story some 20-odd times now. This is Melchan, the woman who wasted her precious time hauling your rubbish halfway across the realm. Is that so? Smashing work, my girl. Remind me of your name again later, and I'll be sure to put you on the guest list for when my lovely Momodi and I are wed. Oh, this guy sucks. Do you see, my love? This adventurer's efforts were not for naught. No, you need only promise your hand to me. Promise that forever, my Momodi, and mine alone, you will be. In person or in ink, my answer's the same. Come back when Thanalan freezes over, so I can reject you again. Alas and alack, but I should have known. Yes, that hairpin that adorns your lovely locks speaks loud and clear. Admit it, Momodi. After all these years, you still harbour feelings for him. Why, you've some nerve, walking into my place of business and spouting such nonsense. Nonsense, my beloved. Is that so? Rumours abound about that hairpin, that it was crafted for you by an old flame, that it has not left your shapely head for so much as a day since the calamity. God, this guy sucks. If you lost a childhood love when the lesser moon fell, you have my sympathies. But this is a new age, my dearest. Time marches on, and we must march with it. Oh, and did I mention that my family is among the richest in the Sultanate? Hells, just how thick is your bloody skull? A man crafted my hairpin, and yes, there was a time when I felt something for him. But such days are long past, and today I needn't compare you to anyone to find you thoroughly repulsive. Besides, I'll have you know that the man who crafted this still lives. What's this? My rival in love still lives? Ha ha! At long last, my task is clear. I must seek out this pretender, and prove once and for all that I, Thomas, am the only one worthy of my dear Momodi's hand. Adventurer, I'll request your aid. Together we will seek out this man, and you will serve as an impartial judge to determine who is the worthy partner for Miss Momodi, he or I. No. Rest assured that you will be suitably compensated for rendering the proper decision. And with that, let us begin our search at the Goldsmiths Guild. I shall await you there. I don't want to do this. I don't want to help this harasser. It doesn't get better with time? Oh god. I hate to drag you into this mess, Melchan, but would you mind going along? I shudder to think of what sort of trouble that lovesick fool will stir up in my name. Alright. Only because you asked, not for him. Goldsmiths Guild. Ugh. Ugh. Alright, hi Eric. Another douchebag. Oh, there he is. This one knows something of our man. I can see it in his eyes. Well, go on now. Love waits for no man. What's that? Momodi's hairpin, you say? Why, that was Momoroto's work. Momoroto. Now there's a name I've not uttered in some time. Destined for greatness, that one was. Could have been the second coming of Niel Fressen. Why, he'd been with us for a scant few years, when a commission came in from the Sultana herself. Slaved away at the piece day and night, till one day, when he rose from his workbench and walked away. Some said the pressure of expectations grew too great to bear. Others that his heart was never in his craft to begin with. Still others said that it was a broken heart that drove him away. The guild lost a talented goldsmith, and I lost a friend. But a man's life is his to live. Last I heard, Momoroto was passing his days as a fisherman in Crescent Cove. If he's found happiness, I don't begrudge him his choice one bit. Oh, we're going to track this guy down and harass him. Oh. To think that my rival for Momodi's heart has been lurking in our very midst this whole time. You have my thanks, Master Memedesu. Rest assured that Momodi and I will spare no expense when we commission from your guild our wedding rings. Come, adventurer, to Crescent Cove. Oh boy. Maybe I can accidentally push him into the water. Rum. Rum. I wish it picked up speed when you're going downhill. That would be cool. It's going to take me a while to get tired of this mount. It's just very cool. Just the novelty of driving around in a car. Hello. Sorry to bother you. Sorry about all this. Not a bite. Ah well, tomorrow's another... What brings a mighty adventurer to this lonely fishing hole? This is Momoroto, a shabby-looking fellow indeed. But what did I expect from a craven who threw away his chance at fame, love and glory because he couldn't bear the pressure? Oh, the ignominy of it all. She turns down my gifts of jewels and gold, yet adorns her fair locks with a trinket cobbled together by a languid Lalafell who stinks of sardines. So, Momodi's actually wearing that old thing. You'll get no argument from me. I hardly deserve it, nor did I deserve her. Perhaps I once did. There was a time when I dreamed of being the greatest goldsmith in the realm, even a time when such dreams seemed within reach. The young Momoroto may have been worthy of Momodi's hand. But that dreamer is no more, and you'll not see me mourn his passing. Not all dreams were meant to be followed, and not all of us were destined for greatness. Put a fishing pole in his hand and a creaky pier under his bottom, and old Momoroto's a happy man. Can you believe this? My travels have taken me to the far corners of the realm, and never have I seen a man so lacking in ambition, enthusiasm, or any even vaguely redeeming qualities. Yeah, redeeming qualities. Those things you have tons of. I would ask you to judge which of us is more worthy, but I think we can safely say that I am the victor by default. To the quicksand, adventurer. My future bride awaits. Ah, so that's what all that shouting was about. The young man's taken a fancy to Momodi, has he? I'll say this much. He's got good taste. Doesn't seem like all that bad of a fellow. What? A bit oversure of his own abilities, perhaps. But no more so than someone I used to know. When I gave that hairpin to Momodi years ago, she refused to wear it. Said it meant too much to her to risk losing. As to why her heart may have changed, who can say? But it is not for love, this I know. Those days are buried in the sands of time. Whether that will avail your love-lorn friend is another matter entirely. Oh. If you see Momodi again, tell her. No, never you mind. There might once have been a time for words, but that time has long since passed. Be well, friend. Oh. I'm just sad. bum, bum. Modi is his sister, right? Is she? Bum, 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 bum. Bum, bum. I have returned, my love, and this time I shall not move an ilm from this spot until I receive the answer that I came for, the answer that I deserve. Oh, this guy is a scumbag. Just between you and me, Melchan, I was hoping you'd manage to lose him somewhere on the way. I've done my part. I sought out this Momoroto and heard his tale, the tale of a coward who has not deserved you since the day he fled this city, forsaking your love and his future in the process. I'll just punch him. A worthy suitor stands before you, a man who promises to do everything in his power to bring you happiness, and who has the courage to put such words into action. I implore you, my beloved, undo that hairpin, free your heart from that has-been, and give unto me your hand. Listen well, 'cause I'll repeat myself no more. I've no feelings for Momoroto, and sure as hell's none for you. This hairpin is a symbol of all those who would dare to dream, a symbol and a warning. Momoroto and I were old friends. He used to come by the shop where I worked and regale me with tales of all he hoped to achieve. He burned with passion in those days. Like yourself, with less style and more substance. As a wide-eyed girl, I was drawn to dreamers. I urged him on at every opportunity. When I heard he was making something for the Sultana, I near screamed. This is your chance, Momoroto. Craft the masterpiece I know you have in you, and you'll go down in history. You won't live and die a nobody. So I told him, over and over, until he came no more. I went to the Goldsmiths' Guild, only to hear that he'd resigned his position. 'Twas then I saw the error of my ways. All the time that I thought I was encouraging my friend, I was only piling onto a burden he never wanted to bear. Aww. And so you wear the hairpin out of pity for the man? No, not pity. At first, I felt so ashamed that I didn't think myself worthy of wearing it. Then the lesser moon came tumbling down, and everything changed. At first, we thought we'd lost everything. Then slowly but surely, we began to pick up the pieces and dream again. Seeing the proud faces of those who would rise to the call and rebuild our realm, it rekindled passions in my heart I hadn't felt in years. It was then that I finally discovered a dream of my own. To stand with those who would fight for their dreams, and to give them strength in any way I could. This is why I stand here today. And yet, I must never repeat the mistake of my past. Adventurer, artisan, or angler, one's true dreams, one's true strength, must come from within. This is what I learned from Momoroto, and this is why I treasure his memento to this very day. Oh, my beloved, could there be in this world a more sensitive soul? The 12 should be the 13, for you, my dearest, are a goddess of dreams and compassion. Hitherto I knew only your physical beauty, but I have seen the true beauty of your heart and soul. I am lost without you, my beloved. Make my dream come true, and promise to stay by my side forevermore. Have you not been listening to a single word I said? I've devoted my life to supporting adventurers' dreams. Women like Melchan here, who are too busy fighting for our realm to waste my bloody time. But, my beloved, our love too may yet save Eorzea from the shadows. I hate this guy so much I might stop reading his dialogue. Well now, those are the first interesting words I've heard come out of your mouth. Prove to me that they're more than just words, and maybe, just maybe, I'll reconsider. Does this mean I have a chance? Oh, merciful indeed is the goddess Momodi. I will not fail you, my love. Today I take my leave. When I next return, you will know the true breadth and scale of my dreams. And you, my good woman, you have opened my eyes today, and for this you shall be well rewarded. You have my word. You will be in the front row for the festivities when my goddess and I are wed. Oh, this guy's so... Finally, some peace and quiet. I doubt he'll be showing his face here anytime soon, but who knows? He'd not be the first man I've seen change. Any road? Thank you, Mel-chan. No matter how far we come, we can't forget the past. And thanks to you, I've been able to do some much needed reflecting. Oh, the thing about the hairpin was sweet. Pity about that douchebag. Sauteed cruel. Lava toad legs. Pineapple pons cake. Tomato pie. Tomato pie. In other June's folklore, siblings seem to have similar beginning syllables. Okay. Like over in the Thaumaturge Guild. Okay. Carrier level 4. Ah, I hadn't noticed that. Well, they didn't turn out to be siblings, but... I'll have to keep an eye out for that. Bum 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 bum. Might just be coincidence? Yeah, could be. So the Sultana has recovered from her illness, and the Flame General has been reinstated to his post. Can't say it's all gone back to the way it was, but I reckon it's about as good as it's gonna get. For a moment there, I thought we might be in store for even greater changes, but I had an inkling that people, maybe the world even, weren't about to stand for much more. Bad enough it took this long though, eh? Wouldn't surprise me if you've got some choice words to say about the whole damn mess. Let me know if you could use a sympathetic ear. Alright, well, I guess we'll go back for more letters. It's nearly 8 o'clock, so I should finish up soon. Maybe we'll do one more delivery. Post Moogle. Oh, we got 3 this time. Oof, okay. Hang on, how many are in this quest line? Let me go check. A lot more. Oh my god, there's a lot more. This is a long quest line. Alright, let's see who these letters are for. Spirit's Most Foul. The Deputy Post Moogle would task you with an urgent delivery to Stillglade Fane. Is that, Buscarin? How far you've come as a carrier, and in such a short time. I knew that my pedagogical skills bordered upon genius, but I dare say I've outdone myself this time, Cooper. I would reward myself with a well-deserved respite, and you with your most demanding assignment to date. I have in my paws a parcel from the Thaumaturge's Guild to Uldar, to be delivered to Breya of the Conjurer's Guild in Gridania, and I quote, with all speed. Urgent correspondence between the realm's most puissant practitioners of magic? It would only be the slightest of exaggerations to say that the fate of Eorzea may very well be riding on this delivery. To Stillglade Fane with you, Cooper? Okay. I'm curious. What are the others? Dubious dancing. My hard-working assistant returns! Yes, so hard have you been working that I dare say you've earned yourself a vacation, Cooper. I'm not going to give you one, of course. I do have a reputation to maintain, but I will give you the next best thing. A letter addressed to Master Gegaruju at Costa del Sol. Soak up the rays of the sun, bask in the balmy ocean breeze, sneak a furtive glance at the lovely dancers. That last one can be our little secret, and you'll soon forget that you're working, Cooper. Stroking the haft. What? Ah, my trusted assistant is ever ready for action, Cooper. Very well. I have a package here straight from Little Solus, addressed to, the Long One. Moogle intelligence has confirmed that this is a Sylphic epithet for one Hunbergt Longhaft, a brass blade captain of considerable repute who leads the defence at Highbridge. Sylphic? Hunbergt is known to be one of the most charismatic leaders in the realm, never seen outside the company of one or more of his men. Rather, I should say women. His followers are uniformly female and fiercely loyal to their captain. I was in Highbridge a short while ago, but the captain was unfortunately off duty. It would appear he had business at the Weavers Guild, and had taken 2 of his most loyal subordinates along with him to Uldar. Many happy deliveries, Cooper. The dancing one is hilarious. Ah, nice. I know at least 3 Moogles who would give their pom for this assignment, but I chose you. Don't you feel special? Now off to Costa del Sol with you. They say that the Longhaft is a swordsman of peerless skill, and cuts a dashing figure to boot. Small wonder that he has so many admirers, yes? Alright, well, let's start with the Gridania one. Bum, 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 bum. Ba, 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 da, da, ba, ba, ba. Tired. Conjurer's Guild. Bandicoots are being reintroduced to the wild. Really? That's cool. Hello. Tamtara Deepcroft, Hawk Manor, and now this. Vengeful spirits clutch and claw at our forest home, at our very souls. Is there naught we can do to free ourselves from their gift? Their grip? I don't know, I got a package for you though. A small round bundle containing something heavy. Thank the gods! I feared it would not arrive in time. This is a comprehensive summary of void scent sightings collected from across the realm, along with the latest theories on how to deal with potential cases of possession. A young man recently approached me, you see, fearing that he had fallen under the influence of baleful forces not of this world. As the poor soul told me, he oft awakes in the dark of night, in parts unknown, with bruises all over his body and no memory of how he arrived there. Whoa! The mere thought sends shivers up the spine, does it not? It goes without saying that the man was quite distraught. I promised that I would gather what knowledge I could, and see what I might do to free him of his demons. Thanks to your timely delivery, I am at last armed with the information I need. But there is another rub. My subject has vanished. Even as we speak, dark spirits may have seized control of him once more. And yet, I must dive into this tome immediately to have any hope of saving him. If you could track down the man, I would be much in your debt. His sister, Adok, can be found at Quarry Mill, and may have some knowledge as to his whereabouts. Damn, that's quite a thing. Hey, someone's buying my fishing stuff. Nice. Thanks for the cash. Seek out Adok in Quarry Mill, and learn what you can from her regarding the whereabouts of her poor, stricken brother. They've been downgraded from extinct in the wild to endangered. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. I did not hear about this. Successfully reintroduced into the wild. That's really good. Zoos Victoria bred almost 1,200 bandicoots. Wow. over 30 years. That's cool. "1,500 Eastern Barred Bandicoots have been released onto 3 fox-free islands." Oh, that's cool. That's good. Breya is searching for Spenny, you say? How odd. He left here bells ago, saying he would make straight for the Fane. No, this does not bode well. Perhaps he was summoned to work on the way. He makes his living at the Montoy cellars, after all, and Master Eremont can be quite the taskmaster. You might do well to ask around there. Doubtless you've already heard, but Spenny hasn't quite been himself of late. I do not want to believe that he would hurt anyone, but I urge you to be wary. Perhaps my brother's colleagues at the Montoy cellars may know something of his whereabouts. Spenny, please be safe. For me. Crash, crash, crash. Sorry. It's a hit and run. Hello, seen a possessed person here? Adoc's brother? Ah, you mean Spen. I've been on watch here since daybreak, and I fear I've seen neither hide nor hair of him. When he first started here, he was so devoted to his work that he'd arrived in the cellar bells before his shift began. I cannot help but fear that something is amiss. Looking for Spen, you say? Afraid I can't help you there. Hasn't come around here yet today. Possessed? Heh, I'll believe it when I see it. Like as not, his disappearance has more to do with the 30 casks of Montoy beans we need to haul up from the cellars today. Spen's gone missing again. The lad's worked hard for us, but I can't deny that his attendance has been somewhat erratic. I fear that if he does not get his act together, and soon, I may have no choice but to let him go. That said, his shift began only minutes ago. I will give him the benefit of the doubt, and trust that he is making his way here as we speak. He might be possessed, by the way. If the lad truly has fallen prey to the hands of darkness, I feel for him, but I have a business to run. If Spen is unwilling or unable to perform his duties, I'll have no choice but to find someone who can. What is this, Aldar? Oh, has he been possessed? Ah, well, I've got a business to run. Oh. Definitely in the grip of some spirits. Hello. Anyone possessed by spirits around here? Of either kind? Oh, where am I? Spen? Why, yes, that is my name. Beg your pardon, milady, but have we met somewhere? Dear me, I've done it again, haven't I? My sister, my colleagues, Breya, and even you, who I've only just met. I owe all of you my most profound apologies. As Breya doubtless told you, it seems that I have fallen prey to forces most sinister. They strike without warning in the black of night, seizing my limbs, inhabiting my mind, rendering me naught but a puppet to carry out their dark designs. Come morning I awaken, bruised and beaten, with no memory of the horrors I have committed. Oh, guardians of the forest, pray take mercy on my soul. Oh. If you're looking for mercy, you're begging up the wrong tree, you shite-assed, two-faced, swill-sodden lump of goo-boo dung. Buscarin. Pay no heed to that man's sob stories. The only sinister force that's got him in its clutches is old Buscarin's mead. Oh. 1,396 gil spend. That'll cover food, drink, and healing fees for the poor sod whose arm you need twisted off. Master Buscarin, surely this must be some misunderstanding. Why, certainly I patronise your fine establishment on occasion, but only for a single drink. Aye, I suppose that's true. I've not known the quiet, thoughtful Spen to order more than a single flagon of mead. But by the time that flagon is drained, Spen is no more. In his place is the roaring, mead-swilling, punching, kicking, belching, screaming madman, whose name strikes fear into the hearts of every man and woman who's ever wanted to enjoy a drink in goddamn peace. He is going off. The scourge of the druthers, if not the whole bloody realm. Aye, I speak of you, Spencer of the bottomless cup. This cannot be. I am no scourge. I'm a responsible drunkard. I know when to say when. I do not know what madness took me, Master Buscarin, but I can assure you that it was an isolated occurrence. Please accept my payment, 1,396 gil in full, along with my profuse apologies for the trouble that I've caused. As for the unfortunate fellow who I may have unwittingly injured, please assure him that I will return to the Druthers this evening to make amends in person. And with that, I must be off to the cellars. I am already late for my shift, and Master Ehremont will be rightly furious if I tarry any longer. Farewell, my friends. Ah, yes, the Conjurers Guild. Do tell Breya that I shall, endeavour to exercise my own demons. Should the dark forces prove too formidable, I shall call upon her again. I wouldn't get your hopes up. If I had a gil for every time I heard old Spen spout that nonsense, I'd be a rich man. And last I heard, there ain't no incantation what can cure a man's love for liquor. Well, that took a turn. Oh my god. Right. Can we see him at work? Probably not. Yes, well. That happened. Oh, purveyor of spirits, yep. Oh dear. I'm getting cold. I'm just going to quickly put my jumper on. I'll be right back. There we go, that's better. Conjurer Guild. Use a blanket as well. Lovely warm blanket. Alright, well, about that. Spencer of the Bottomless Cup? And here I had thought that name only a wives' tale, dreamed up to steer young children away from the bottle. I must confess, I am somewhat relieved to discover that these spirits that plagued the man were of a more worldly sort, though that is small solace to the poor souls who must suffer his mead-induced wrath. Sadly, I fear that subduing drunkards is outside my field of research. Should you find the poor man in the throes of madness, pray do what you can to restore him to sanity. Ooh, well, that was a thing. Soup. Bum, 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 bum. Level 5! Spencer has not been around of late. You suppose he has freed himself from his demons at last? Ah. I hope so. Let's do this dancing one. Sounds like fun. A letter for Gigaruju of Costa del Sol. Just leave tyre tracks all over this lovely establishment. Hello. Oh, how I tire of the same idyllic sights night after night after night. How long must I wait to see my new beauties take the stage? A letter from Dancing Master Gulenay to the eccentric Gigaruju of Costa del Sol. Titan's Bane, a messenger girl. Is the adventuring life so unprofitable these days? I could always use another winsome lass to winnow me. You may be a touch overqualified, but the pay is generous and the location cannot be topped. But I digress. The letter you have brought me is a reply from none other than the esteemed Master Gulenay. I have no idea if I'm pronouncing these names correctly, I'm sorry. Whom I have enlisted to train my next generation of artistes. A great honour I bestow upon him, yes? Ahem. Master Gigaruju, while you present a compelling offer, I would rather live out my days in the naval than spend even a moment instructing empty-headed, ample-bosomed strumpets with as much passion and aptitude for dance as a pack of three-legged shrews. Well, it seems the poor, misguided fellow values the integrity of his art above coin. But what's this? The letter continues. That said, I know of another whose particular school of dance, though somewhat experimental, may suit your purpose as well. What splendid news! The letter neglects to mention his name, but says that he makes his home by Iron Lake in Outer Lenosia. Might you be a good messenger girl and deliver this contract to him? I would have my girls begin their training straight away. Outer Lenosia. Alright. Probably fine. Probably nothing strange here. Hello, kobolds. Okay. It's a Moogle jar. Why do smooth skins shun my dance? My dance is dance of vigour and virility. A training contract. An official looking document outlining the details of a contract of employment for dance instruction. Paper for Moogle? Moogle does not want paper. Moogle wants freedom. Freedom to dance. What does no one understand? Smoothskin wants me to dance. Is this some kind of trick to take my coin? No trick? Smoothskin pays coin? Coin for Moogle? Coin to dance Moogle dance. Do I dream? Do smoothskins finally understand? Too long has Moogle custom been mocked. Too long have Moogle hips been fettered. But no more! Smoothskin shows kindness to Bagulja. Bugalja. Bugalja repays kindness, shares proud Mamoolja tradition with all. Traditional Mamoolja bathing dance will be shunned no more. Today costed their soul. Tomorrow, the realm. But dance cannot be danced with body soiled. This is Mamoolja custom, and custom must not be broken. Bugalja would cleanse body in Bronze Lake, where water is warm and sights are stimulating. But smooth skins there have small hearts and narrow minds. Bugalja will go west to Little House, where Bugalja can bathe in peace. Mamoolja are from FF11? Ah, okay. That's cool. Yeah, the Mamoolja are pretty interesting. They don't have their own beast tribe stuff yet, from what I've seen, which is a shame. I fly away from the fate, and now it's just silence and wind and rain. And fate. And back to rain. Hello. Ah, here you are. You are not like other smooth skins. Smooth skins who shun Mamoolja. Bugalja is pleased. Bugalja likes Little House. Water is warm, and Smooth Skin leaves Bugalja to himself. But enough talk. Soiled body needs cleansing. But Mamoolja must not wash own body. Oh no. This too is Mamoolja way. Smooth Skin take water. Pour over Bugalja's body. 1, 2, 3 times. Body cleansed. Muscles loose. Bugalja will be ready to dance. Is this Hildebrand all over again? Do I have to oil you up as well? Sacred spring water. Hot spring water, twice collected using a thrice blessed ladle sacred to the Mamoolja. Alright. Ah, warm water flows over me. Sweat and grime washes away. And again. Yeah, they are involved in the, Oh, wait, they're the Mamoolja are the tribe that teaches how to use blue magic in FF11. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, there's a couple Mamoolja characters in the blue mage quests in this game too. Ah, muscles loosen, joints limber. An uncontrollable urge wells from within. Want me to leave, or...? Grah! I can contain it no longer. Bugalja must move. Bugalja must dance. Smoothskin performs cleansing ritual as good as any Mamoolja. Bugalja has never felt so alive. Let us visit your master Gigaruju. I will dance my dance as never before. Oh boy. We are in for something here. There's a Wallachie. Oh no, there's a couple Mamoolja characters who hang out with Martin. They're the ones you buy the Wallachie totems from. So that's probably a FF11 reference. So that's cool. Oh boy, alright. Ah, there you are. I must say, our new dancing master made quite a first impression. I've already taken the liberty of introducing him to the girls. Costa del Sol shall be at the forefront of an artistic revolution. I can see the tourists flocking in, hear the clinking of their ample coin purses. At any rate, the lesson should be getting started any moment now. For all you've done, you're more than welcome to look on. Oh boy. Brum. Where is... Ah, okay, at the falls. There's a few different, like, sort of species of Mamuja as well in this. There's these ones who have kind of the more dinosaur-ish faces, I suppose. And there's some other ones who have, like, big chameleon-style eyes. And I forget what the third ones are. The Wallachia Gahilja. Oh, okay. That might be what I'm thinking of. You and Master Gegaruju are friend to Mamuja. Thanks to you, days of scorn and hurt are over. Bugauja has waited long for this day. Today, Smoothskins shall know traditional Mamuja bathing dance in all its glory. That is our new dancing master? Is this some kind of a joke? I don't like the way he's looking at me. Oh well, at least Master Gegaruju pays well. Master Gegaruju, other Smoothskins shun Mamuja tradition, but you welcome us with arms open. Bugauja will not forget this kindness. Bugauja will be greatest dancing master Costides soul ever knew. Traditional Mamuja bathing dance is dance of pleasure, dance of life-giving. Every lift of leg, every sway of hips is sacred. When you dance Mamuja bathing dance, you must summon vitality from the very depths of your soul. Did you hear that right, girls? Or did you hear that, girls? I'm paying you good coin for this. Don't be shy up there. Yes, Master Gegaruju. We've been waiting our whole lives for this chance. We won't let you down. Prepare yourselves. We begin. Hoo-ja, hoo-hoo-ja. Mamuja have hips. Hips must sway. Hoo-ja, hoo-hoo-ja. Mamuja have hips. Hips must thrust. Hoo-ja, hoo-hoo-ja. Mamuja is man, like all men. Hoo-ja, hoo-ja. You are woman, like all women. What is he? Ah! Brilliant. Utterly brilliant. Now this is a dance to delight even the most mature and discerning of... Now where did everyone run off to? And you? Are you feeling quite alright? I did not understand, Master Gegaruju. Bugauja only danced as Master asked me to dance. Pay no mind to the actions of my servants. I suspect they were simply overwhelmed by the sheer wonder of the spectacle laid before them. 'Tis sadly a common plight with artists who are ahead of their time. That said, it is perhaps for the best that we, part ways, at least for the time being. Rest assured that you will receive full compensation for your services, as will you, Titansbane. That was amazing. We didn't actually get to see the dance, but I suspect that's probably for the best. I'm fine, thank you. I cannot quite recall what I witnessed before losing my senses, but perhaps that is for the better. Oh. Great. Oh. The things Tartan's Bane puts up with. To complete all the check marks. Ah, you've returned. Have you any idea what all that shrieking and retching was about? I, for one, found Bugalja's gyrations positively captivating. I was eagerly anticipating the sight of my fair maidens performing this treasure of Mamuljar tradition, but alas, once again the common folk prove incapable of appreciating my heightened aesthetic sensibilities. And yet, while I am a lover of the fine arts, I am an even greater lover of coin. The highest form of art in the world means nothing to me without an audience. A well-paying audience. As such, I have made the most heart-rending decision to annul Master Bugaljar's contract, effective immediately. In return, I compensated him with a healthy sum and a one-day pass to the springs at Bronze Lake. I don't foresee this being a problem, do you? That said, the sheer unbridled passion that the Mamuljar possess for the act of bathing is truly a sight to behold. Were only this passion shared by the average Eorzean, oh, what fortunes could be had? It's great. That was pretty good. Carrier level 6. Yo. Well, it is 8:30. I should probably end the stream, shouldn't I? Yeah, I should probably end the stream before we continue this. We're up to Stroking the Haft, which is quite a name. And then after this, 1, 2... There's 5 more after this, just in the patch 2.3 stuff. And then they added a bunch more in the later patches. Who's sweeping? Stop sweeping. Oh. What's this lighting out here? I thought it looked green for a moment. We'll go say hello to the blue mage, Mamuljar. Miners Guild, was it? So I think it's interesting how they're from a different, very different tribe. Yes, he looks green again. The hell? Oh, then it's not green. Make it green. Oh, it's pretty. Oh. Maudlin Latuljar and Wayward Gahiljar. Yeah, so they've got more kind of chameleon style eyes. They can look all around independently. Anyway. That was pretty interesting little quest line. There's still a lot more of it to go. But we'll see how long it takes next time. And I loved the Scholasticate stuff. It was great. And yeah, so we've got the rest of the Postmaster stuff. We've got Tales of the Dragon Song War. And I also want to do the Firmament stuff. And then I think that's everything that's left. So... making good progress. Alright, gonna see if there's anyone I want to raid. Who's streaming tonight? I can send you to Dangerbeard, who's playing Golf Club Wasteland. I don't know what that is. I have to wait for the ad to go away, because ads. Go away, ad. There's an ad that taunts me with fried chicken, but it's a place we don't have here, so I can't get it. I want chicken now. Alright, I'm going to send you all to Dangerbeard. And thank you all very much for watching. I'll see you next time. See ya!